Welcome everybody to the first edition of the top plays of the week here in the ECAC new semester in fall 23. Klutchki here to bring you all of the best clips from week number 1 of action. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Sharks of Long Island and the Kangaroos of SUNY Canton squaring off in Super Smash Brothers, and it's the Sharks leading this one 1-0 with the help of my guy. Although in the second set it was DS Mario main that shows perfection, and if you don't know what I mean, just keep your eyes on the bottom of the screen.
A little too flashy for my taste, as right now DS Mario main is getting the low percent advantage that we've been seeing. Again, they are a unrelenting drill, just burrowing into the stage, burrowing into any space Mono tries to claim for themselves. Up air, is it gonna be the up B? It's gonna be the finisher right there. 0 to death right there for DS Mario main.
Kilo Miles and Soy on that call, not a scratch on Mario on that stock, and that leads up to a 2-0 set win for the Sharks in the first week of action. Tiffin Dragons and the Buffalo State Bengals take us to Valorant, and the Dragons get map 1 on Lotus 13-4, but our best clip does not happen until the next map on Split, where Han Solo Burger is the last one standing. But remember, Han Solo is the first to shoot, and this one doesn't miss.
Yeah, now Han Solo Burger gonna have to do some craziness. Trying to isolate duels, gonna hit the first and even gets away. Seekers can go out, that's gonna make things a little tougher. Shots continuing to go through, and Han Solo Burger, he's isolated another one. 1v4, absolutely possible. The guiding light gets the confirmation, and Wheaton shooting left and right will have the read, but Han Solo Burger is the clutch king for Tiffin.
Play the theme song, everyone. Well, we can't play it here because it's copyrighted. But anyways, Vincent and Rare Adam on that call there. Han Solo Burger with the 4K, and it leads up to a win for Tiffin 2-0. Kane Cougars and the UAlbany Great Danes in Overwatch 2 action, and this game was absolutely crazy. In fact, we're going to give you 2 plays from this game, which starts off on Lijiang Tower and the Gardens. And there's a Lucio involved, so you pretty much know how this is going to go.
It is a very rough fight for Albany. They will switch it up. Bastion on the field, as well as the Rhine. And well, there they go.
Well, you don't even get to see what the Bastion can do before Beans says, no, you're going for a
Oh
Beans
my
does it again! What is going on here, Jesse? This is map number 1.
I'll tell you what's going on in 4 words. Lucio Gardens top play. I mean, that's all that can be really said about it. But our second clip takes us to the next map on Numbani, and this one involves Oh Faithful, aka the Nano Blade.
Seeming like they are having a smidge of difficulties, but hey, pushing them back into the ground. Great Jesus saved out by the immortality field and the healing coming their way, but Becomix is looking to finally be the one to crack it open. And Jesse, what a way to do it!
Sam Talks and Twin Salty with you there, and that combination of the big boops and the big blade lead up to a big first week win for the Cougars as they get the sweep in the series. St. Clair Saints and the Brooklyn Bulldogs throwing hands in Summoner's Rift, and it started to look like it was going back and forth, which includes this 1-for-1 trade at the beginning of the series. But Brooklyn winning game number 1, and in game number 2, craziness happening in the top and bottom lanes.
Does look doable, but it seems we might have a pair of dives across the map. As first one engaged bot side, Invisible Love on a killing spree already, as it seems that's going to be it for Gorilla. Snatch getting Codito in the mid lane on a solo.
J Turbo and RMC with you there, and if you're the Bulldogs, that 4-for-1 has a mighty momentum, and that leads to the 2-0 series win over the Saints. And that will do it for the first edition of the Fall 23 semester for Top Plays of the Week here in the ECAC. Don't forget, check out all of the social medias, plus check out the streams happening every single day with a lot of great matches, which means a lot more great clips and more chances to land up on the Top Plays of the Week. My name is Klutchki, and thanks so much, everybody, for watching. Until next edition, take care, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the top plays of the week in the ECAC Fall 23 semester, the second edition. My name is Klutchki, so who gets the honor this week in our clips? Well, let's go ahead and find out. Red Flash of St. Francis and the Engineers of Rensselaer in Valorant in this series would go absolutely nuts because in the very first map, we got overtime, which the Red Flash would win. But in map number 2, there's a cipher for the Engineers that said, watch your flank, guys.
The lineup's online. And that's going to be quite the near-miss, especially Doodle on 15 HP. Really got to make sure that we're not going near it. And of course, the resurrection comes, but it's not going to be enough for SFU because Stevatron is going for it on the flank.
Hail Monkey Man and Crave with you on the call. Stevatron with a 3-piece flank kill, which leads up to the map 2 win. And in map number 3, Stevatron gets another 3-piece, and that would be the game winner in another overtime as the Engineers get the series 2-1. Fisher Falcons and Mountain Cat throwing hands in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and the Falcons getting 2 great clips, and we're going to show you both. First set, and it's Riku playing Steve, who makes sure that whoever they face gets no room to breathe.
It's so good. All right, trying to walk up right there. But gotta be careful. Oh, yeah, a couple of forward tilts. Oh, you don't know how to get out of this?
Someone please check in on Acoustics, because it seems like he's running short on breath from that one. Meanwhile, let's go to the second set and second clip, which involves Mr. E on the Lucina and lives up to the saying that 2 is better than 1.
Past the wall, Lucina. Oh, there's a grab, and this is where it starts. Oh, my goodness. Like I said, my man has a real count. What an up B right there to get the stage fight. An aggressive play by Mr. E. Got a little bit of combo gamer stuff. Not a crazy amount. Usually just a 2-hitter quitter. Oh my God!
Again, somebody might want to check up on Acoustics and see if he's recovered from these clips. Acoustics and Captain Otsuka with you on that game. Big combos and clips from the Falcons, and that gives them the series 2-0. The Monarchs of Old Dominion and the Beavers of Buena Vista playing in Rocket League, and our best clip here came from the final game in the series that was back and forth for a good couple of games. But in game number 6, Lethix putting an exclamation mark on the series with this.
Down to half pitch. On the other side is Kyocera backflipping forward, and Sky, in their attempt to keep the ball away, now just sends us on out to the outside. But hey, again, that's what you got teammates for. Kyocera with the redirect off the ceiling, and now backboard up to it. And now a little bit of back and forth down bottom, and that's another double tap from Lethix.
FBI Tugboat and Iatomic.
And welcome here, everyone. We are excited to be here on Esports YouTube because we have an amazing extra League of Legends series here on the main channel. There is going on a grand final, so make sure to tune in that one. But here we are looking at the ECAC SemiFinals, taking a look at Fisher versus Weber. Hopefully going to be a very fun matchup. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, Soph-Chan, and we will be your casters across this best of 5 series. Soph, are you ready?
Oh, I am absolutely ready. Give me Summoner's Rift, give me CAC, and give me best of 5s. And we know that Fisher has played against Weber in the regular season and swept them in a 2-0 fashion on a best of 3. So that makes you feel like this could be potentially a sweep again. What do you think?
It could be. Of course, teams are looking to vamp things up, make sure they're getting their entire fight on. Of course, getting into the playoffs, it's a whole different story. Things are always different, is what I like to say. But, of course, taking a look at things, I do agree that, hey, Fisher are looking like the stronger opponents. Of course, Fisher do have a pretty long history as well. Very strong roster competitively, and they have fought tooth and nail with other, I want to say, kings inside of the collegiate scene. So it's not unlikely that we're going to see that. Now, keep in mind, we are on the current patch. That's about 2 days after the patch went live, so that's always kind of fun. Unfortunately, no Hwei, as much as I wish. I have been messing with Hwei a little bit. I mean, I love the champion. It's not as intricate as I thought, but man, I don't think we're getting that gem today.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And to be fair, the whole concept for this champion is just very nice and, I don't know, classy. Kind of mysterious as well. I really like it. And you were talking about the fact that Fisher has been coming strong on ECAC, now to the semifinals, and they just beat on quarterfinals St. Clair Saints 2-0, St. Clair Saints Academy. So that is also something that really counts towards a optimistic good result for them today.
That's what they're hoping to see again. This is Fisher looking like the dogs here to beat, but we are getting into draft. As you can see, Fisher is going to be on that blue side to start, and it is going to be Topo, Devil, Relic, as well as Revan and Sword Blue on their roster. On the flip side for Weber, it is Jexor, Silent Lullaby, Tibbs, Sendy, and St. Daniel. For those that are interested, Silent Lullaby is actually Zadox, who has been around in the scene for a little bit, coming in here as that jungler. Going to be very fun and ban worthy as well. Zadox is a well-known Kha'Zix main as well as a Kha'Zix enjoyer, so not going to have that one to play with.
Absolutely not. And looking at the Orianna first ban makes quite a lot of sense. We've seen her in Worlds, we've seen her recently, and although we are in a new patch, it's still very, very cool, very good, very decent. So Orianna out of the table, a very safe champion, a very good champion in controlling the map. We have an Urgot being hovered for the next ban for Fisher College. That sounds very interesting.
I can agree with it. Jexor, I think, might be able to pilot this champion to a great extent. And if you're looking for a top lane matchup, if you're looking for the bruiser, a strong Urgot player can be very devastating, can be very annoying to play against. So, banning away a lot of very tactical, unique champions ban. This does mean that a lot of the meta picks are going uncontested, though. You're taking a look at maybe that Jinx. If that Xayah is picked up, the Ashe is available, same as the Caitlyn. We've seen all of these used to great effect. So, leaving those open does leave the idea of what is going to be picked up. Poppy banned away, targeting that top jungle side once again. Double Gray not going to get that one, neither is Topo. And Ziggs, the final ban. Fisher rounding things out, making sure that these unique champions are not handed over.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense to get that Poppy out, especially because when they faced each other, Fisher and Weber, in the regular season, that top laner for Fish was playing Poppy both games, and they really, really played it super well. I believe it was a 7-1-5 game, plus a 3-3-8 game, so a lot of presence around the map that is contested. As you said, the Ziggs is out of the play, but Fisher looking for that jungler as a Jarvan for that first pick.
And, I mean, this is standard, right? J4 has always been one of those go-tos. If it's left open, it will be grabbed. No Orianna to combo with it, but you could go any sort of mage controller in the mid lane, and it's going to be a problem for Fisher. You go ahead and lock in that power pick. On Weber's side, you now have to find the disengage, and the Rakan, I think, is very, very appropriate. Now, following up the J4, you do have the option of actually indexing into that Xayah. I don't know if you want to pick it up early, but when you have the Rakan, it's not a terrible idea. It's just, again, Xayah on her own is not considered a high priority unless you see the rest of the champions. Because of that, they are going to lock in their junglers. Zadox is also well known as a Lee Sin main as well, and so you get that nice engage. You also get that nice disengage. The Dragon Kick will keep that J4 away for quite a long time.
Sure, and I think I totally agree with you. You get the Rakan because it pairs out so well with the Xayah, but you decide that you're not going to take her out in bans, neither are you going to pick her in the first phase, so it makes quite a lot of sense. We saw Fisher, actually I think it was Weber, yeah, it was Weber that played Kai'Sa in the regular season against Fisher, so that is not just a good meta pick, but also denying that away from Sandy, that I would say is one of the biggest highlights for Weber in regards to CS a minute, in regards to final KDA in the game, looking at that support, potentially being an Alistar. There you go, that's going to be the combo for the bot lane on the side of Fisher.
This is heavy on the engage. So Fisher, right now, they are saying, hey, we are following a little bit of the meta, but the spot lane is anything but. The Alistar is very annoying to play against, but it's also a little bit of a gamble, right? You take a look at what Weber are throwing together, and the question is how exactly are you going to catch if they try and scout it away? You take a look down the line, now that the R is locked in, your choices for engage are not actually as strong as you think. So Fisher, all in on the all in. Weber now looking at that kind of disengage model, the Ahri with those Fox R dashes, able to step away. The Rumble now banned away from the side of Fisher, saying, hey, you don't get the hot pot combo. And then the Xayah, this is what we were talking about before. If you pair that Xayah in, it is a problem. Really easy way to deny a lot of that engaged threat. Gotta ban it away here in second phase.
Yeah, and I would say that considering this game for Weber so far, you mentioned the Jinx, and it has been played in the games that they played against each other in regular season, but I don't think this should be the play. You mentioned a Caitlyn that maybe would work out better in this case, or maybe a Varus could work out well because you have extra range, and then you have your Chains of Corruption as well to try to deny mobility that the enemy team on Fisher really has in that composition, so that would make a lot of sense. We're looking at that Syndra, that splash updated. We love a completely glamorous, fabulous lady. So the Syndra's out of the table, and Fisher decides to focus again on that bot lane, so the Ezreal is also out.
Just take away every safe ADC that you can. You already have your Kai'Sa locked in. You can pinch this pool. Mid lane and top lane for Weaver, they're saying, hey, that's going to be our main focus. However, now you still have to blind pick, right? You do have to take a look. Well, you might not have to blind pick. You can go ahead and grab your ADC. There's Lucian. Still a dash heavy, still able to get away, but definitely indexing towards that early game. I don't really see a lot of late game power coming out of Weaver's side, which does worry me. But you do get counterpick. In this late game, you do get counterpick of this top side for Weaver, betting on Jexor being able to topple on the mid lane. Though it is going to be that Talia. I like it. It is going to set up walls. It's going to set up a lot of disengage. And then, of course, the stock standard Fisher just going, hey, I know you're going to try and counter. Let's go ahead, get ourselves a rock in that top side. The Ornn is going to set themselves up for great success.
Yeah, and I would say that's even more of a rock than a Malphite would be, because we know how difficult it is to gank and dive with no one. We're looking at that Lee Sin for Silent Lullaby, so we know that they really want to be aggressive. As you said, the early game, Lee Sin, the Lucian as well, is so heavy. They want to win it. They want to have an upper hand with invades and try to set things up for the Ahri to be in a good position to roam on level 6 as soon as possible. You want to get Jexor? Is that how you were saying it? Correct? Okay. Jexor on the Aatrox ahead as well, because it has so much pushing and engage potential for the mid game. So that's what I'm looking at for Weaver. But Fisher, gosh, they are just so safe. They really can stand super well. There's a heavy, tanky front line for mid game, and they can also stand their ground for dives and ganks, as we mentioned.
It's going to be that test, that reactionary test for Weaver. Here in game 1, it's a time to kind of set yourselves up for success. It's a time to kind of space yourselves out appropriately and set the precedent of what can come for games 2 and 3, possibly 4 and 5. And the fact that you went ahead and said we are going on the safety factor does worry me a little bit. You take a look down the line of the damage numbers, right? The Aatrox is really the only one that I feel brings a lot towards a mid to late game, right? Aatrox becomes a monster, is able to sustain for quite a long time, and able to pull out a lot of the squishies. But you look down the line, right? The Ahri, yes, is a good assassin, able to catch one, but mid to late game, if you're going up against one of these tanks, you know, the J4, if you only find the Alistar J4 or Ornn, you're not going to be bursting them as much. So a lot of question marks there. The Lucian has to win early if you want to be relevant towards that mid to late game. A lot of big question marks that, if played well, are going to work. But for Weaver, if you falter here, Fisher just have a streamline towards that endgame.
They do, and as you said, it is not just Weaver having to play it really well. They have to stomp it. They have to end the game like in 20 minutes, 25 minutes tops. And as you said, yeah, damage is going to come from the Lucian. If you get them ahead, the Ahri can pick off people, but if she goes Everfrost, she's definitely not as much of an assassin as she would usually be with going Electrocute and other items like Ludens, for example. So I don't know if this can be executed because of how tanky and how big of a frontline Fisher has. So we'll see if Weaver has the potential to really finish this up and get the early game as ahead as they can as possible. I want to see those dragons being focused. I want to see a game on the screen, because I'm hearing that we have Summoner's Rift ready for us, Orbital.
Yes, we are on to this Rift for game number 1 here in the ECAC. We are into those semifinals, but the teams are ramping up. And while we do have this 5-point kind of set up like usual, I do want to remind everyone that the ECAC is kicking off a series of giveaways going into the holidays with their season of thanks. For December, they're giving away a HyperX Cloud 2 wired headset, which is a very nice headset. If you are needing one, type !ECAC into the chat and go ahead and follow that link for a chance to win. Once again, that is !ECAC for a chance to win. Getting into this one, though, as we talked about, very quiet, very safe. Topo and Jexor, of course, giving the customary top lane greetings. The dance of doom.
Oh yeah, and oh my god, the Bromkek W. That emote is so cursed. I will say it's very cursed, but I think it's clever. It's well done. I appreciate it. There's some respect from me. I think Orbital, this is what we would expect from these two teams, because being semifinals and being a best of 5. You don't want to get all out unless you're like incredibly confident and comfortable with your composition. Neither of these teams want to really give any sort of first moment lead, because that will set the pace for the rest of the best of 5.
I think that's At the same time, I would agree that I actually like the idea of going ham in the early stages because game 1 is so open to fights. Getting a little bit of poke down, that is going to be Revan to answer this bot side. I mean, if there is a game to kind of go crazy, if you're willing to gamble in this instance, go ahead and go for that game 1, right? That is your safety net, that's your freebie, if you will. But I do agree, if you're looking in the long run, you don't want to give anything over. To start, very simple, very quiet. Bot side, trading blows, and the lean towards Revan with that extra CS lead for right now. Everywhere else, though, no one's really making any major moves, and the jungler's just full clearing the way down.
Full clearing and looking, as you said, going down for the bot side. There's quite a lot of movement coming from the Fisher College bot lane, Revan and Sword Blue, getting those deep wards. Everything is scouted here. You have the pathway from mid lane into the jungle alongside the area just below the blue buff. So very nicely done by Fisher to scout that out. And with that, you're going to have much more control over where Silent Lullaby is, considering you are so advanced in this bot lane.
Yeah, you're very far up, and although you do have good engage from the likes of Sendy and St. Daniel, you don't really want to fight it right now. You want to wait for your jungler to come in. You want that guaranteed 70-30 if the junglers do meet. Now, take a look at where Devil the Grey is currently standing. Already clearing out their Krugs, about a camp up. So that's going to be the big question mark here for a quick tap of a moment. If the J4 is able to join in a little bit quicker, that's its own scary thought with the counter engage, and especially with that scuttle coming up. I mean, Zadox might be in for a very rude understanding. Already the ping's going out saying, hey, I'm already there, and that's a steal! Are you kidding me? Devil the Grey gets a steal on Zadox with the blue buff, and now the run out, you have to flash, you have to run. EQ combo coming up shortly. Not going to have it, and now the bot side is getting into a fight. This is going to be Fisher winning out heavily. What a steal from Devil the Grey to put Zadox behind.
And it's a mixture as well of good macro and micro, because it wasn't just the fact that there was the extra vision done from the bottom side of Fisher. It was also Devil the Grey, as you said, just clearing out the wave, clearing out the jungle, super incredibly fast. And with the fact that they were freezing this lane, as soon as they really pushed it, they knew exactly when to start freezing again. Looking at a gank on the mid lane though.
I mean, no real mana on Ralix, so you're going to go ahead and be safe, but Tibbs realizing that they've lost kind of this sort of early game power, right? Fisher knew that the early game composition from the side of Weaver is very, very dependent on how well Zadox is able to roam around the map. So you cut them out early, you take away a single camp from them. Not only that, it is a very crucial one for clear speed. You're going to be happy about that, right? For Fisher, you can now start invading, you start being bullies, you can start pressuring those lanes very heavily. It's actually Weaver that are forced into kind of these, we have to make a play somewhere.
Yeah, they do. And I feel like it's been very well executed by Fisher, noticing there is an upper hand that Weaver needs to acquire with kills and with camps. So if you're looking at Zadox, as you mentioned, Devil the Grey is ahead because of that successful gank. They are ahead because the Jarvan is so great in the early game in clearing, in full clearing especially, the jungle. So that is so well executed by Fisher to say, well, we can do it a little bit better than you, and we don't even need to really finish the final blows, right? There was a flash that was going on, but it wasn't really anything that was happening. But mid lane is.
Ooh, Sword Blue went in for that fight, and again, with the early push on the bot side, you gain that advantage. Tibbs forced out of the flash. All you have is TP left, and it's actually quite a big problem. You don't really have that flash engage that sometimes you'd like for the roam towards the top or bot.
Yeah, and looking at them once again here, just dealing some damage because they know the Sword Blue was going to be rotating back to the lane. There's some vision, goes on the pink ward.
I like this call because you know Sword Blue was coming in from that river side. There isn't really any help that you can have. Only level 4 does not have that unbreakable will. You are just dead. First blood to the side of Weaver. Picking that one up in the very nice reactionary play. Now in the mid lane, another challenge and a problem. Tibbs looking like a healthy one. St. Daniel wants to chase in as Devil the Grey failed that mid lane gank. And now that's a dash over the wall. Flag and drag will keep you safe. Tibbs, though, one more auto attack might be able to do it, but out of mana means no Q to follow. However, Fisher losing out on the bot side and in the mid lane does not spell good news for this early game.
Incredible read there from Weaver. Oh my god. Orbital, they said, we look at this Alistar not having any flesh. Oh, we're taking the cow. We are having barbecue at home because there is just nothing that you can do. You can just headbutt people away and then they come back because it's a Rakan and it's a Lee Sin. Very nicely done. And as you said, they noticed that there was also this attempt from Devil the Grey in the mid lane that actually got the jungler so low on health that they could try to contest it. They got there in time, but there was just a little bit out of mana to really finish it off. To be fair, that is still as good as it can be for Weber. But now we're looking at Fisher having full priority for Drake, although that was the successful fight from Weber just now.
I mean, it wasn't really a fight, though. That's the problem, right? They were reacting to the follow-through from Sword Blue. And honestly, even though Fisher are behind a little bit in the kill department, they're still up in gold. They're still up in control. You can see it here. Dragon as easy as it comes. No challenge from the side of Weber. And this is Fisher starting to get their game under control. What did we say at the beginning? We said Weber needs to take full control of this game if they really want to make this composition work. And at the current moment, they're trying in the kill department. That will be Zadox to jump in towards the top side. Topo doesn't really have any extra behind. And because of that, no flash, no health. You are dead. Zadox grabs their second Double the Grey, now jumping very far in and a flash out after that Cataclysm. And Swordblue is going to try and help. So an invade turns sideways once again. Rowlick goes ahead and snipes out with the assist. Swordblue gets their own kill. Swordblue going to step up a little bit further. Rowlick now throwing out the stones as hard as possible. St. Daniel trying to keep their mid laner alive or their ADC, but that's not going to be a problem. That's a double knock up into the shove. And it's death from all beyond. 3 dead in the jungle and 3 to Fisher. Huge dub for them.
Oh, Sword Blue. That was just as great as it can be for a support. You went in, you know you were gonna die, but it's still enough to get that one knock-up and guarantee that all the... flash away. Very close here. Nicely done by Relic to escape from that gank. But Fisher really pulled that out in a very tight spot, I would say, because they were super deep and Weaver's response was fast enough, but they didn't quite lend it.
I think it was also the fact that it was Sendy and St. Daniel that were trying to engage, right? Devil the Grey, if they did not have the help, Fisher would have lost their jungler, but because of the rotate from Sword Blue and Relic, it was perfect. Very, very well done. However, differences on the side of the map. Topo on the top side, yes, is behind in CS, yes, down a kill, but is trying to maintain some sort of top advantage. And remember, Zadox is the one to get a lot of these kills, so roaming it around, Revan now getting ganked on the bot side, flashing away, but still walks into the knockup. Chases in with the killer instinct and might be able to get the kill, but his shield out from St. Daniel is going to keep him alive, so the dive is successful. However, Sword Blue is here, going to try and help out. Zadox wants to get this kill. Sword Blue just his level 6 Unbreakable Will. I'm not sure you want to actually fight this one. You just want the plates. Already Weaver are feeling good for themselves. Unbreakable Will is used, and they're just going to wait it out. Well done by Weaver. They collect 2 multiple plates and extra gold behind. Successful bot lane dive. So that's going to be a Herald in the mid lane.
No, it's what Fisher can get on the other side of the map. It's a trade, but Weber, this is the positioning they need to have. This is the attitude they need to ascertain in the game with this sort of composition. Now, finally, Zadox getting onto 2-0-1. Their 150 gold bounty goes for them and their ADC, Sandy. We've mentioned Sandy really being one of the highest level players in regards to skill in the side of Weber and how they've been constantly performing in regular season. This is the place where they need to be. Now collect even more, get those dives. We saw that going on the top side. Topo was taken down. Now this one, catching Kai'Sa on her own. Perfect. Then waiting it out, as you said, we had the Unbreakable Will from Sword Blue, but still getting the kill at the end. That's the sort of thing that Weber wants to see happening. Not just the attempt, but the confirmation at the end.
I think for right now, they may not be as far ahead as they would like, but they still have the nice attitude of we can fight if we wish. You can take a look at that gold swinging in multiple different directions. As much as Weaver have been fighting, it hasn't really given them a lead anywhere except for top and ADCs. So a little bit of a difference there will cause some problems down the road. Dragon up in about a minute. But for Fisher College, they've actually kept very steady. The first tower going down in the mid lane now opens up the ability for Relic to start roaming around, and that's a problem, right? The fact that Tibbs is still stuck in this mid lane versus the Talia roaming around with that wall will cause problems for the next couple global objectives. And you can see Revan saying, hey, I don't really have my support. I can't really push up because we have this fully blocked out. They are fully secure with that vision, saying the next dragon, the next global objective will be ours and ours alone. Hopefully.
For sure. And at the end of the day, Orbital, is not just that. As we're looking here, there are plenty of wards from the side of Weber, but although there were those 2 kills that Weber took in the bottom side, the amount of gold with that Herald push in the mid lane that Fisher collected is huge. Can they take Sword Blue here? There's quite a tanky support they would need to go past. There's the charm landing. Are they going to commit? I don't think that is your call. Oh, and they propped the Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, they don't need to do any more, right? Now Devil Gray on the bot side is not enjoying this one. The Colin coming out here and taking him quite low. TP coming in as well. Weaver, smell blood in the water. Nice flying and drag out, but that's going to be a stop. Sword Blue gets in the middle and is going to drag him underneath the tower. In comes the Horn, ready for the re-engage. The wall keeps them all shoved in, though. Weaver may have overstepped, and it seems that they have Devil Gray gets a great Cataclysm followed up by Ralik behind, and it looks like it is that 2-for-1. Fisher, though, want a little bit more, man. A low, but enough as Weaver steal away another one. Topo goes down. And this exchange lands Revan a kill behind. Fisher are able to make the best out of a bad situation. And with all things considered, a 2-for-2 fight brings everyone to slight net even. However, Fisher do get a little bit of control over this dragon with Devil Gray still alive.
That is no way. Whoa, okay, there's a TP coming out on the back line.
And I'm not sure they want to fight this one. It is just the Ari Tibbs doesn't really have anything. You just TP'd to death. That was not the engage you wanted. You just lost another Weaver. Have no control over this Drake. And Fisher grab their second Drake of the game.
Oh, that might as well just been the delivering in a silver platter, wasn't it, Orbital? Gosh, they saw the TP alone in the backline, no backup. Wow, that was Silent Lullaby there, Zadox just doing the objective. And then, well, it's yours. I guess you can take it. That's fine. Gosh, I feel like there was such a good read from Weber in that fight. We saw there was a 2-for-2. That was a good trade. But Relic, that was absolutely insane on the wall, cutting out the way into the Horn as well. That was incredibly well done. They're going to keep on protecting here. The last plate does not get taken by Weber as the 40-minute mark arrives.
And it is, and that means that Fisher are online.
No
That's going to be
way.
Zadox barely surviving, as it's a 2-pronged fight from Fisher. But remember what we said, Weaver need to win the early game if they want a fighting chance at the mid to late. And honestly, they have not gotten the lead that I wish they did because of that. Fisher know that they can fight. Right now, Jexor in a rough position, has to flash away, get under tower if you can. You do have that World Ender, and you'll be able to sustain, so the rest of the team will back away. But Fisher roaming in the enemy jungle freely, I might add.
Yeah, absolutely freely. If they have a free pass, the corridor is theirs. They're going for a dive in 3v1.
I mean, Jexor is getting run out. There's nothing that you can do. You don't have the ult. You don't have a flash. You are just dead. Devil to Gray goes ahead and collects their 4th here on the game.
And there's one turret taken down here by Weber, while mid lane, Revan is really going on ham on this tier 2, now down to around 40%. And you said it, Orbital, there's just full control from Fisher on the top side jungle. From Weber, there are wards, they've stolen the red buff, which is, of course, the most important for a Lee Sin in the mid game and early game, so that is as great as they can have, especially rounding up with those 2 Drakes, the successful Herald in the mid lane taking down that tier 1. That first space they created, yes, was a Herald in the mid lane and a tier 1 for 2 kills on the bottom side, but the space they created is so much more valuable.
I mean, Fisher are just having a great game. Right, this is this is an amazing start, especially against the composition that you saw. Right, the disengage versatility of Weber. You still opted for the all-in. You just said, hey, all we have to do is be aggressive. All we have to do is play smart, be together, and have confidence in our team. And now you can work the map every which way you wish, right? There is a push going on from Weber in the spot side. They do not care. It's an Ahri. What's an Ahri going to do in the split push game? Fisher take Herald. They get everything on the top side of the map. And at this point, with Dragon up in 2 minutes, Fisher can do a lot of damage to continue breaking down these towers.
It's looking like it's going to be extra gold as well for Revan on the top side, taking that tier 1. The pressure on Jerox was just so impactful that at this point, the Aatrox that was supposed to be one big access to the backline in the mid game is not going to do anything at all.
There's just no real way for them to fight, and this is actually a jump. Double to Gray saying, hey, I want a chance to fight. Tibbs is going to get the charm out, but realizing that that ult is coming across the board, that's going to be the call of the Forge God as top and jungle fight, jungle and mid. A flash under the tower, that's going to be a jump. Zadok finishes off their jungle fighter, but Tibbs is Crossfire Relic chasing away their mirror matchup, and now it is Zadok's completely alone. St. Daniel, though, coming up with the save, and it's a huge cross-map play as Tibbs may live for just a moment longer. Tibbs does have TP to get out, but the job has been done, right? Weaver expecting a lot for a singular kill.
Yeah, really well, to be fair, Weaver in actually finalizing that kill on Jarvan, because everything was already, they used the ult, they used the flash, they used everything. Actually, when there was the one coming as a Jarvan, you really need to firm that kill at the end of the day. So having that going on and that's really good for Weaver. Now on 8 and 8 on the board in kills, they're just around 1.5 gold behind, 0.3 thousand gold behind. So looking at the overall perspective, there's a lot of room that Weaver could use to grow, but the problem is that composition is not supposed to keep on growing and scaling and really having that curve. That is what Fisher has, so it's counterintuitive.
I 100% agree with you on that. Like that's just the painful reality of this early game, right? We have to accept reality. Now for Weaver, the side of the matter is, hey, maybe you can bet on Jexor as well, who is now TPing in to join this fight. However, St. Daniel realizing that they are in a rush situation, the quickness will get them out of trouble. However, Tibbs on the far side misses the charm, so Double to Gray gets an easy knockup. However, they are quite low, and remember, this dragon is right for the taking. Neither team wants to make the wrong step, and for Weaver, it is all but true. Charm lands Topo, chunked out to about 60%, and remember, they're not as tanky as you would hope just yet. Only level 11 doesn't have more than an item and a half, so this dragon will be all important. Zadok's full HP gonna try for this steal. Tibbs with the flank. Everyone on the side of Fisher kind of routing inside of this pit, and that's going to be the dash in. Sword Blue goes ahead and front lines the damage, and Revan cuts to the back line. Fisher pull the trigger, gets a knockup on Zadok as well, and Jexor has to run away. No one on Fisher is down as Ornhorn goes out. A knockup on Silent Lowlight in the back line as Zadok may go to sleep. A slow and a half as Ralik is calling for this wall. There is no running away for the Lee Sin. Weaver realized they may have made a mistake as they cannot go much further. They are dead. Sword Blue survives, and Fisher get everything and more.
Oh, Orbital, that was so well executed by Fisher as well, because what we had on a team fight, if we go step by step, is both teams were trying to get the space on that bottom river. They got close to the Drake, they started doing damage, but the important thing for both sides, and especially for Fisher, oh, okay, I'll keep that going. There's a flash that gets Topo away, so I may proceed. And with that, we saw that both teams were trying to get something going. Tibbs, unfortunately, could only land the charm onto Topo, onto Devil the Grey, onto Sword Blue. And you're not going to burn them down. It's something you said in the draft, Orbital, that the Ahri is just not going to burn the tanks down. So with that, as soon as you have those big crowd control options on the side of Weaver out of the table, you go in, Cataclysm, get your wall, and saving the call of the God of Forge for the final moment where you could shut down Zavox from coming into the pit from a flank behind. Like, that is so good.
It's so powerful, and I'd also like to point out the dragons are not helping Weaver either, right? Chemtech's Soul is the one dragon that you don't want on a sustained team like Fisher. This squad that will dive in, that will want to fight you and stay under 50% and still fight. Chemtech Soul, for anyone that doesn't really know, Chemtech Soul is one of the few that in the previous ones was seen as really bad. However, right now in the current meta, I think it's one of the best, right? When you get Soul, if you are under 50%, you have so many extra resistances and armor and magic as well as tenacity. You become beefcakes. You just become annoying to try and fight. So the fact that Weaver are just sitting there going, well, we can only get you to half, right? Like, that's about as far as we can get you. It's a problem. So taking a look right now, it's really relying on Jexor. We didn't get to talk about it too much because Jexor's been kind of doing their own thing and are not exactly far ahead. red, but you saw in the gold department, they are looking like one of the strong ones. St. Daniel, though, is definitely not strong as they are caught. They are able to get away for the time being, but right now, Fisher rule everything. You take a look, Weaver have all the wards down, but Fisher are free to sweep those out at their leisure.
Oh, they really, really are. They have not just the control in regards to vision, but they know that they, exactly as you said, they're not going to be taken down. There's no way they can be picked off. The only person who could be would be Revan or Relic, but then you have Relic being the champion that could use their ulti to escape, and Revan can go E, turn invisible, even the killer instinct as well to try to escape, so they are safe. And by the way that Fisher has been playing, those carries have not been exposed anyway, so Weber hasn't found any place to really get those fights in a successful way for them. They can do pickoffs. Well, they could. I would say they could. When there were still those outer turrets, there could be a little bit more of freeway for Weber in regards to those rotations with Tibbs as well. But then when you actually have a 5v5 orbital, they're not faring well. They don't have enough damage. They don't have enough of a front line. And they can't really reach the enemy front line either.
At this point, if you enter a 5v5, Weaver have done something wrong. If you have entered into a 5v5 of any nature, if you have not taken down anyone on Fisher's side, you're doing something wrong. You need that flank option. You need that Sendy to also get in the mix, who is 3-1-3. By the way, not doing terribly, is able to make their own matchups here with the Navari quick blades as well as that static in the back pocket. Or not static, it is a little bit of energized attacking, we should say. For right now, though, Sendy and Tibbs are looking for those lanes, looking for either Revan and Rollick, or maybe even Devil the Great if you dogpile everyone on top. Tibbs, though, on their own, not really going to enjoy this factor. Rollick, you can see the stones doing so much work, and Fisher, in their own leisure, now looking for this final Drake. Weaver have one last chance to stop the Soul.
45 seconds, and as you said, it's whole point. Fisher has everything to really make this happen because they can force the enemy team into a pick-off. They're looking for Sandy.
Yes, they are, and Sendy is kind of caught. Remember, the flash is good, and that's going to be a flash out of Cataclysm, but look, you go right into the knockup pit. It is a jungle gym out here as everyone tries to get a piece, and it will be Fisher to take the first kill. However, everyone else is low, but Topo stops the engage. Sword Blue follows up, and it's Fisher to take the fight. It might not be everyone, but 3 is more than enough. Tibbs and Sendy live, but Fisher rule that engage.
Yeah, they do. There's just one big fish in the sea, and that's them. They know how to get those fights going. We saw how very meticulous they were. There was the Cataclysm just to force out the flash on Sandy because they were picked off. They were in a position where they had to do something. Dash, flash, try to use their summoner spells to get away, and with that you lay out your CC in a very strategic way like they have been doing with the knock-up there on Relic, on the Flag and Drag for Devil the Grey, with the knock-up as well with the Call of the God of Forge for Topper as well, and they're doing it. There's the TP coming out in the mid lane. There's also the ornaments coming through there. Now I think it was for Revan, no, for Relic, so that's going to be huge. On now 3-0-9 on this team fight.
I mean, at this point, there's nothing that needs to be done for Fisher. They can literally do what they want. Do they want a team fight? Sure. Do they want to take Dragon? Sure. They can do whatever. And St. Daniel, I'm not sure, wants to be right here. Tibbs trying to frontline, but the Cataclysm in the back catches so many. Double Grey actually gets chunked out. They are dead, and this now leans directly into Weaver's favor. This is the turnaround that they buy. Rollick gets kicked. Rollick got kicked. That is the call. Weaver rush. They say, let us have this fight. Sword Blue goes into the unbreakable will and is able to sustain off, but Topo is getting run down. The only one to survive here is Revan. Everyone else falls. A mistake from Fisher as Devil the Grey goes just a bit too far. Weaver find a small glimmer of hope.
And a mistake that was truly punished by Weaver in a fantastic way because Sandy is the highest of damages. And when you land that ulti on one person, just 4 ulti, 100% of that damage, yeah, then that is going to be quite some damage. Oh my god, Killer Instincts goes in and a shutdown immediately for Revan instead. Oh my god, they they don't want to see Weaver celebrating anything, Orbital.
That's why we said it's a glimmer of hope. Weaver found a singular fight that they needed about 10 minutes early. I'll be honest, they needed that fight way earlier. And honestly, Zadix has been looking good. I said this before, Zadix is someone that I've actually seen in the past and has been an exceptional jungler across multiple different leagues. The fact that they're here trying to make the plays for the team, I mean, 5-3-5, not a bad scoreline, but you've been kind of stuck in this hole. You've not been allowed to have that early game impact. Instead, in the mid game, you find the priority kicks, and you need that on a pretty consistent basis. The problem is right now, Relic and Devil the Grey are chasing Sword Blue on this. Alistar is looking stronger and stronger. And look at that, just saying, hey, I want this fight, forcing an engage at the enemy tower. Fisher just do not care. Jexor now on the bot side fighting against Topo, and this is the one fight that honestly in a 1v1, I think WSU are going to win. Right now, though, on the top side is where all the action goes. Fisher getting a bit too spicy. Devil the Grey has to get out. Sword Blue pays for their strength. Dressians and Weaver say thank you very much.
And once again, we're looking at the support trying to take all the damage for the team, but then the team hasn't been able to follow up with the damage, or at least try to get something done. It's just one person while they're trying to disengage, one person taking all the damage, and not even the Alistar can take that much. So now we finally arrived into a point where, yes, there was a shutdown onto Sandy, now on a very good spot still with 5, 2, and 6 on KDA. Those items are stacking. They finished out 3 of them completely, so that is really, really good for WSU. At the same time, Fisher is taking things a little bit out of their control. Looking at bottom side though, this might be something happening soon.
I think they're trying to set for it, right? Zadox really wants to make this happen and knows that Jexor is the current strong member. 1, 3, and 6 went for that Gordon Drinker plus the Cyril does. And, I mean, if you can get this fight, that's great, but Ralik forces out that Aatrox, and that's a problem. Sword Blue, once again, and I have to give props to Sword Blue, right? Sword Blue has now died, I think, twice in the face of Fisher getting over-aggressive. Sword Blue is more than willing to take these deaths, and that is what you want a good support to be. You want them to be that front line. You want them to be willing to kind of lay down their life for the rest of the team. But for right now, Weaver, I mean, their options are becoming very, very limited. You take a look around the map, they are on the defensive. 0 wards in the enemy jungle. There will be no TPs behind, so it is a full man run. If they wish to get these flanks, they are praying for Fisher to again get over aggressive so that they can find these kills.
Definitely, and if they can just take down Sword Blue, yeah, that's what you are going to do anyway, because that's part of that composition that gets destabilized for not having that big of a front line. I think that's a good way for Weaver to go by, because Fisher has been over aggressive in the last 2 fights. Sword Blue has paid with their life for it. Yes, the carries didn't die, which is good, but it's still scraps that Weaver can feed upon.
Sword Blue saying this isn't any scraps anymore. I am going to have this fight. St. Daniel getting chunked out very low, but still alive. A little bit of a chaser with the Seekers, but not going to happen as St. Daniel gets out alive. But Zadox is now running for the hills, gets over on the Krug. Devil Grey doesn't want to follow up. As these little projectors are coming up, you don't want to give too much, right? You burn a couple abilities. I don't think you really burned any flash except one.
Oh, wow.
But Tibbs sets up too close. We talked about some of these mess ups, and Tibbs makes a crucial one. You still had flash, you had everything up, and now you are dead. Fisher find an opportunity in the mid lane.
Yeah, 42 seconds for that mid laner to come back, and Zadox almost gets taken down in that attempt, and now Fisher looking for that tier 3.
I mean, I think they can get it, right? There's no one to really stop, and Sendy can barely do any damage to Devil the Grey. It's really on Zadox. It's really on this Rakan to try and break open space, but that's 2 towers in the blink of an eye, and now you get a look at this dragon once again. Ivor saying, hey, this is our time. We got that kill, or we lost one at least, and we didn't lose an inhibitor, so we can still attempt this dragon fight.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. They gotta focus at least on, and there's also the top side that is quite vulnerable. Bottom side as well on that tier 3, so base is quite exposed. There's a TP coming out in a ward from Tibbs. Now, as soon as they have come back, they still have that flash, so this fight could still be good for Weaver.
Oh, yes, it could. You can see the catch right there. Zadox said, hey, I had the opportunity, but they still can't kill him. Remember what we said. Ralik is alive because of that. The re-engage comes out. Fisher go ahead and land everything. The Ornhorn knocks up 3 in a row, and that leaves St. Daniel to death. Zadox will get chunked out. That will be Revan cutting them down. Next will be Tibbs as they try and charm their way to victory, but the stun, the root, the knockup is enough, and you have no more charges. A final Prey Seeker will find your life as Fisher take 3.
They take 3, and they might as well just take Baron with it. Don't need to get that soul. If you can guarantee Baron first, then you can have just one person taking down that Drake, and the rest of the team pushing down those lanes. We mentioned mid lane, there's the inhibitor exposed. tier 3 on the bottom side, tier 2 on the top side. They can push it so quickly. Now with Fisher confirming that Nesha, they can do anything they like. They could do 1, 3, and 1. They could do just full out 5. Maybe just split 2 middle, 2 bottom, and 1 as in Devil the Grey just soloing their soul point. That could be a case, and that could all be executed very well because of their stats, because of the items they have accumulated so far. But Weber trying to get some of that vision back. We're looking at this bush here. There is a pink wall just on top of it, so it's going to be removed as we speak. There is one close to the the blue buff and gets spotted as well just as we speak. So Weber not looking like things could turn it around. There's the soul point. It is Old Fisher College.
You're looking down the side of Weaver and like, what can you do to combat this aggression? There's not much, right? You are just staring down the barrel of a gun, and it's a problem. Sword Blue actually walks up and just base checks everything, says, I don't even care. Right now, Topo in the mid lane, having to dash away. Zadok saying, I'm going to go on the tankiest member possible, and that leaves the bot lane for a free push. Fisher say, we got everything. I don't know why you're chasing. We're just going to walk away in. Charm lands on a minion instead. The Fisher take the in-hit for free, and now it's Zadok to try and run away. Gets a little bit of a W out, but the Charm not going to be doing too much with that jump out. Fisher realized that they have the entire ground. Sword Blue looking for the engage. Blue gets one. St. Daniel going to try and hook everyone in. The quickness is not going to do enough. You are just dead. You are gone. Down goes the Recon into 5v4. One last. So Weaver going to try and make some magic happen. Ornhorn comes out. Sendy got a dodge, but it's not on Sendy. Instead, it's Tibbs. Tibbs goes into the stasis. They are trying to hold out, but I don't think it's going to happen. The Nox are just too dang strong. Devil the Grey keeps them all contained as Zadox can't find an in. This will be the nexus to fall as Fisher College looking to repeat their win over Weaver in the previous matchup. It might not be a 2-0, but they're looking for the 3-0.
Now they're looking for a sweep, absolutely orbital, and they saw that composition on the side of Weaver and knew how to play against it. They knew how to neutralize, they knew what were the strengths, and said, you're not going to get there. You're not going to get the kills in the early game. You're not going to get 1v1s with Jarvan and Lee Sin, and coming out on top, we're going to rotate faster. We're going to be more preemptively relocating to the lanes and getting things done quicker than you did. And with that, things just slowed down, just cooled off on the side of Weaver, and they didn't really have the gas to continue and really execute the composition they drafted.
They needed to gap the likes of Fisher early on and then keep the gap from the moment that they got the lead. Unfortunately, the lead was nowhere. So Fisher playing it very appropriately for the side of Weaver. They got to go back to the drawing board. We'll see what they can come up with. There's still plenty of games to play. So for Fisher, we'll see what they can do. If they can continue their run or if Weaver are going to mount a comeback. Please don't go anywhere. The ECAC. We'll be back in just a bit. And welcome back, everyone. We are here with the continuation of the Fisher versus Weber matchup, and game number 1 saw Weber attempt a very, I want to say risky and very confident draft. It was a very early game focus. You know, we saw the likes of that Lucian. We saw the likes of the Ari. We saw the likes of that Lee Sin. So much to go in and scatter away at the need, but Fisher held strong. They had an all-in composition, and they just ran it. I feel like Fisher had very good control of that game 1.
Oh, they did. And I think it wasn't just in-game. I think they had control even from the draft, because we talked about how there's a lot of access to the backline with the champions you already mentioned, especially with the Aatrox and the Rakan to wrap it up for Weber. But they needed to have so much control in the early game, even going for a 5-stack, getting invades going, having a first blood or flashes forced out in the first few minutes. That could have been crucial for them to actually deny some of the growth and the presence that the Jarvan did have through clearing out the jungle as fast as they could. So unfortunately for Weber, they had a composition that had to be executed in a certain way, as you said, kind of risky, and Fisher really stopped them in their tracks.
And that is just saying really good gameplay from Fisher's side. So let's see if they do it here in game number 2 as well. We are getting into draft right now, and Weber actually opted to stay on that same side. Now, this is very interesting to me, right? Because we take a look at what they drafted in the previous matchup. They said, hey, let's go ahead and lock in that Aatrox at the very end, but it was against an Ornn, right? If we want to see that last pick, we want to see a little bit more oomph behind it. Not saying Aatrox is bad, but we want to see a little bit more power come from behind it. Fisher, though, a big thing to note, again, in this draft, we saw previously in game 1, they banned a lot of uniques, right? The Kha'Zix, I believe we are also taking a look at that Urgot and then the Ziggs afterwards. So we'll see if it's the exact same for Weber's side. So far, they are keeping it the same.
Yeah, they're keeping their Orianna. I would bet a Poppy comes out afterwards as well. We've seen, or at least people have seen in the regular season when Fisher met Weber, that Topo played Poppy on both games on the sweep and really performed incredibly well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that coming through. The Ziggs you mentioned is also going to be confirmed for Fisher as their second ban, and overall, Orbital, I want to see, because Weber maintained red side, something very much on the end of, we do what red side does. You give me something, I counter it. You give me something, I work around it, instead of really handling on the platter. Oh, we're gonna be early game, so here's, you can just pick to counter us instead. You know, I want to see that coming from Weber.
And I don't think the bans were necessarily the bad point. I gotta agree with you there. It was more the champions that they picked up that were very questionable in the later rounds. Like, the Rakan and Lee Sin are not bad on their own. It's what kind of followed afterwards. So we'll see if they stick with that same game plan. We'll see if they stick with that Rakan and Lee Sin, because I think Zadax and the Rakan were decent together, right? They worked well in tandem, but we need to see earlier. So, same ban so far. Third ban coming out here. Weber going, okay, what are we going to play? How are we going to play this? Do we actually want to focus maybe in that jungle side ban at the J4? No, and I like this call. It is that Talia ban. Ralik had so much impact from that mid to late game on that Talia. You don't want to let that one go over.
Yeah, I totally agree, and if you're thinking of maybe having the Ari once again, it's good to take her out. I believe it was a Syndra that was taken out in the second ban phase for Weaver, so we might see a focus on banning on the mid lane once again for Relic. I totally agree, because they played incredibly well in regards to responding. So now we're looking at Weaver getting a Graves that has been played before by Fisher very well too in the regular season. But considering you already have that Jarvan Force can't really flex like a Rel could or a Poppy could, so we know that's going to be a jungler already confirmed.
Yeah, actually both teams going ahead and securing those jungle picks. So remember, the Graves was actually banned by Weaver in the second round, or in the first round in game number 1. So really big question mark there, just because Zadax is given a little bit more agency. However, I do, as I said before, I like the Rakan by St. Daniel. It had the potential. Maybe match it up with a little bit stronger ADC. We'll see what they do decide. For Fisher's side, though, you can maybe pick the exact same if you wish to run the same composition. The Kai'Sa and that Alistar is still up, but this feels a bit more priority-wise, right? The Varus has been very high priority, past the likes of the Caitlyn, the Ashe, and everything like that. It is very strong. It is very It has combo potential behind it. So I like this pickup. Now, what do you want to match with it, right? The Renata Glask is still very much up. It's a great denial tool, and especially since you see Khan and Graves, who are both just going to walk at you, right? There is no other way that they can really come in. I think that's a great stall tactic. Instead, this might get very, very aggressive. This is actually a Pike. This is an all-in bot side. It is going to be that Pike. Okay.
Wow, locked in, Orbital. That is out of the box. Love to see it. And to be fair, looking at these 2 picks for the bottom lane, wow, it's a lethality. Lethality, lethality, everything is lethality. They are really going to try to burst them down. So instead of having the composition like they did in the previous game, a lot of tanks, a lot of beefy front line to protect their carries, they chose something completely different. I really appreciate that. And Weeba, though, goes for the same, once again, tips on that Ahri. I wouldn't say that it was a bad pick in the previous game, but they... on the side of Fisher, they really knew how to shut her down. So those charms weren't really connecting in a successful way. For the final ban phase, Weeba though takes that on away from Topo.
And this leaves me a couple question marks, right? Because Weber do have the opportunity to actually steal away and I was wondering about this, right? The Rumble was still left up. I didn't know if they were going to trade it with that Syndra pick, but they do go ahead and hover, and I think that's a full ban out. Yep, double ban towards that top side, saying, hey, we're going to focus on that top end a little bit more. Still for Fisher's side, hey, we don't want to give you those safe ADCs. Go ahead, take them away. Go ahead and just ban them out. Here comes the big question, right? You still want a good top side matchup, so Weber are going to most likely pick up their ADC right here. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm okay with this right now because you have a much squishier option in the Varus and in the Pike. You can burst them down a little bit better than an Alistar this time around. I'm not confident that it's going to pop off. That's my problem. I need to see Sendy and St. Daniel really run the show.
For sure. Oh, okay. The Syndra is actually open, so it might be picked out by Relic. It is locked in, and I feel like there's a very nice thought for Fisher in this game. So once again, they didn't go for the Xayah to deny the Rakan of the lover. You have instead them knowing that they're going to ban the Xayah in the second ban phase. And one of the picks that I thought could go well for the Rakan to really stay safe in the backline would be a Varus, so they got that and denied that instead, rounding it up with a Cho'Gath for Topo. Okay.
I like this because, again, the one thing that you can't cleanse, the one thing that you can't get away from is knockups, and we actually saw Fisher still run the same style, so the Cho'Gath is obviously not an Ornn pickup, and again, I think this Aatrox is going to be locked in. There is no difference there. Weber are going to keep that kind of safety and comfort in the top lane. Sure, go for it. Here's the thing, right? One of the big changes, that top side was a problem, mainly because Jexor, you saw the likes of Zadox and Jexor try and run in tandem, and honestly, the top side was the only lane that really had a significant gold lead for the side of Weaver in that, I want to say, closer to about 10 to 11 minutes. This time around, you have an even better chance of doing that, right? Cho'Gath is actually quite easily punishable and really is just looking towards that mid to late. If you catch him early, hey, you can do some work.
Yeah, you really could, because he's going to be waiting on those stacks. So is the Syndra, so not in a more... She's going to be more tanky. She is just going to stack on so much damage for the mid game. So again, Fisher has much more of that priority in the mid game, but have a good possibility of maintaining a stable early because of their Javan Force that stayed on the table, and that was just so well played in the previous game. And I'm looking at Weber again. There was the change there on the Graves, and that was the only change, right? That was the only change that we actually saw coming through. So maybe, I don't know, maybe with this composition, Weber could go for something instead of full clear, trying to get one side of the jungle and then switch out into an invasion, try to wait for the enemy jungler to arrive, be there preemptively for the first Scuttle Crab. You know, stuff like that could be really good, because then the Graves could incredibly shine with the base damage that he's got, followed up as well by some redirectioning and roaming from the bot lane that was done super well by Fisher. If they can do it themselves, I think they could really use that to their advantage.
Well, if they can, that's great. If not, we're in trouble, because Fisher are looking for their second game win. If they get this one, they put themselves at series point, and that is a big problem. We see we were still focusing on that early game aggression, but with a little bit of scaling behind them, right? We talked about the Lee Sin. Hey, that is going to be a little bit of trouble in the mid to late. You talked about it. If the Grays can get off the ground, hey, big power point, now able to challenge. The problem is, again, that early game, we need to see the likes of Fisher really hone it in, and that's going to be a grab. Tibbs having to burn that flash early, and Fisher, again, saying, hey, early game comp, we're going to be early game instead and take your flash away.
Yeah, and I feel like Weber is supposed to be mirroring exactly that. And they already had the first game to kind of have a taste of what Fisher can do in kind of stealing, like taking a Silas into stealing your composition playstyle into their own. So Weber could have benefited from just taking a flash away. You don't have to confirm a kill. In the first minute, the flash is already a good enough resource. But no, Fisher is the one who takes the lead. They go in for their 3-stack in the mid lane. And now Tibbs, that wasn't quite the most prominent player in regards to accumulating golden items. They're now even more punishable.
And I'm very curious to actually watch how Rollick plays this one, because Rollick in the mid to late had a lot of impact. With the Syndra is going to do the same, but not so much in the roam potential, right? You're looking more at a little bit more agency in just the kill threat, and right now on the bot side there's kill threat as well. You can take a look, there's going to be a hook, and Sendy eats a large chunk of damage. St. Daniel going to try their best to kind of hone it out. And honestly, Sendy and St. Daniel minimize a lot of damage. However, in this mid lane, this is understood. Devil to Grey gifted this champion once again, and it's easy work. No flash means a level 2 gank in first blood.
So good, and it's such an easy pick with the Jarvan. As soon as you get level 2, you have that flag and drag looking at bot lane. Sword Blue really wants to get even more damage onto Sendy, punishing the Lucian. So you said it, Orbital. The Lucian needs to have that level 2 advantage, the power spike, and Fisher is denying every single chance. Very well done.
And I'm scared, Soph, because this now means problems are abound, right? Weaver still chose to kind of go this early aggression, go for this early laning dominance. It's not exactly working. Now, granted, this is only the first few minutes. We're only in minute 3. And so there's plenty of time to adjust, right? We can see Weaver come back. However, it's going to be difficult. Rollick, of course, not having spent that gold just yet, so waiting to get that first blood gold, which I think you're looking at that lost chapter if you can. Same with Zadox trying to farm up because you weren't able to get a gank off. Obviously, you're just power farming, trying to keep your CS up and happy.
And looking at Sword Blue, again, having such a presence into going in these ganks on the top side, in the mid lane, actually. There he is. There's no flash, and once again...
Oh, good pull, and now the slow. I mean, Tibbs is going to get punished, and unfortunately, I can't even fault Fisher for doing this, right? Like, you know you have that flash down. You're going to fight it, right? Like, what team wouldn't? Now, of course, in the top side, it's happening once again. Fisher, because they fought mid and bot side, it's Topple to kind of receive a lot of that aggression from Zadox.
Yeah, and they're looking to get a little bit more damage as well. Devil Ray could be following up.
I was not expecting them to actually fight. I thought Topo was actually going to leave, and that's going to be a stop because the knockup of Jexor made it work. Topo is down. I'm surprised they chose to fight that.
Me too. As soon as you said, oh, it's okay, they're going to leave, I thought, yeah, that's the right call. Then they decided to stay. Okay, so two problems with that deciding to stay. First, you already used your flash. Second, you are a Cho'Gath level 4. Third, okay, so maybe 3 things. Third, Devil the Grey was still miles away in the jungle to actually be doing something.
Oh no. And the fact that you made one of the rookie mistakes, it feels like Topo TPs back to the top lane and dies, and now you're down both summoners.
Oh, and it's the mirroring that we mentioned that Weaver could have done. Sword Blue getting some presence, but they can be very safe. Now there's a flash back on Tibbs. And what we saw, the penalizing onto Tibbs, is now going on the top side too.
It's just, we're seeing the power points come out, right? And we did talk about Weaver kind of focusing on that top lane, focusing on those differences. And this time around, it's actually gaining a lot of benefit, right? Jexor already knows that you're going to have a lot of power. You're going to most likely out-damage this Cho'Gath in the mid to late, so you just need a CS lead. What you're really happy about is the fact that Zadox has now carried 2 kills over, meaning you are going to be a very strong Graves heading into those dragon fights.
Tibbs though coming out for a flank, and bot lane fighting as well.
Oh, and that's gonna be a flash from Revan. Now actually flashing the wrong way. You're only level 5 and you have no way to go. Tibbs coming in with that charm, missing, but corrals him into a damaging side. Fisher losing out on the spot side fight. Devil Grey now coming in. However, this is very different, right? That's gonna be a hook. Sendy gets caught up. Devil Grey now with the flag and drag on 2. Scattered the weak, landing on 2 as well. And Rollick saying we are going to chase Sword Blue. Has to run for their life, but can't get away because Zadox flashes with the shotgun. Easy kills now, a charm on the Devil Grey.
Well
Things turning out terribly for Fisher as Weaver smell blood and carry on through. They carry 3 kills for 2 in the bot lane and get a significant lead there.
And that's the preemptive rotation we mentioned. Orbital now actually coming through on the side of Weaver, not just with the mid laner there, Tibbs, that had that flashback, but also coming out from Zadox and understanding, yeah, you are an early game jungler. You should be doing early game pressure. And now it's actually making a difference for Weaver. With 3 kills ahead compared to Fisher, around 300 gold, barely on the lead. That could be leading into another big lead if they can get control of this first Drake.
I think even though we talked about maybes, we need to see it become definite. We need to see it be that concrete plan as Devil Grey is now aggressing into the enemy jungle and eats up a lot of damage. In comes a follow-up behind as Zadox forces a flash out of Relic, and that's a problem, right? We're seeing that same level.
Wait, what? Wait, where did that, what? Excuse me. Okay, it was a...
Oh, we get a replay.
You.
Yes, we gotta take a look at this. We gotta see what happened.
All
right. So that's gonna be a chain. Okay, so that's just an easy kill. Never mind. It's not that impressive, right? Like we were like, oh, it's gonna be so great. It was just a good chain of corruption.
Well,
but
to be
still,
fair, it's still
true.
Yeah, it's a quick kill. It was off screen. It was funny. Thank you so much there, K10. Oh my god, that's amazing. Now we're looking at the jungle once again. Big pressure from Weaver. I like it.
Yes, and they're trying to force this one. However, they can't make the same mistake. That's going to be the World Ender to challenge. And Rowlick is going to get locked in. You don't really have a way back out. Jexor says, sweet, I'll take that kill. Double kill for the Aatrox. All of a sudden, Weaver finds so much value in this top lane.
Looking really, really good. Bottom lane as well, going for another gank. And there's Sword Blue. Can heal up some of that damage. But if they want to commit to it, Sandy can definitely take them down.
I think that's way too real to talk about right now, right? Like, Sendy is just hunting for this. And keep in mind, right? Fisher already ruled the top side of the rift. They should understand. Or Weaver already ruled that top side. They now can rotate towards the spot. Take a look at the number of wards. Tibbs dropping both a control and the ward over the side. Just make sure Devil Grey isn't there. And that's going to be actually this curtain call to come down. And topside is still, unfortunately, going to eat even more and more death, right? The setup from Jexor and Zadox will not fail. It will continue to be a menace. Topo, knowing you're dead, just trying to get a little bit of extra CS. This is a problem right now for Fisher. We are seeing Weaver with this early game composition realize that there are cracks in the armor of Fisher and are now pushing the limits of that envelope.
They really are, because we mentioned how it was kind of similar what Fisher did with what Weaver should have done in the previous game, but now they're actually executing. They took the homework and they said, well, we can kind of do it better. So we are managing to get the game style that really fits into our composition, which is giving them quite a boost in confidence, I would say, because they're rotating faster, they're getting those confirms really, really well, and really utilizing of those timers, right? You notice that top laner doesn't have flash, mid laner doesn't have flash, go in, take another kill. It's basically free. They don't have escape, especially the Cho'Gath. Even Syndra has the scatter of the weak, but if you have flash yourself and you can dodge that ability, then it's going to be an easy kill. We're looking at a much more confident Weaver, not just getting those kills in very successful places, but also going in for risky things that are coming out on top as well.
And that's like step number 1, right? Step number 1, get kills, get all the extra damage, get the early blood on the field. Second step, try and rotate it into global objectives. Try and rotate it into the Herald, into the Dragon, into plates. Do all of these things, and you are playing to your strengths here. Right now, Topo, though, roaming up, and the first ones here are Fisher, meaning Jexor and Zadox, even though they're strong, can't really full contest this. However, with the rest of the team now moving up, Weaver secure this Herald and open up a very large opportunity to collect a significant chunk of gold. If they wish to drop it in the top side, in the mid lane, one or the other would both yield results.
And as Fisher can't even deny this, they can't even contest it. So it's just an easy take for Weber. Now still on 9, around 10 minutes in the game. There's still 4 minutes with those platings up. The extra gold is going to be so valuable for Weber. And I feel like if Fisher can take this dragon back, that would be the best case scenario for them. They trade both objectives, and then that could be somewhat of a good place for them to stand, getting into the 15-minute mark. We're rotating here for the first dragon of the game. That is already 5 minutes late. Nobody really touched it, but we are still finally getting around to it.
The crazy thing is, Fisher are behind a little bit, and yet they still feel very confident to drop these wards, right? We saw a controlled ward drop very deep in enemy territory, and it's not swept out, so at least they get information, but remember, Fisher are technically behind. They're not exactly in the lead, so a single overstep could grant Weber stronger cores. They could go ahead and strengthen, as you said, Sendy in this spot side if they wish. Main thing, though, Zadox wants to keep a CS lead and a large gold lead over the jungle opponent, so keep them farming. Get those buffs, make sure this Graves is strong, and then look at the dragon afterwards.
Definitely, and they're already very strong indeed. 4-0 and 3 on that Graves. Now Devil the Great is a little behind. Can Sword Blue scout them out? They can't even contest this. So if we mentioned that could be a trade in objectives, no. It is Weber taking both the first Herald and the first Drake. There's a kill coming onto Tips. No way!
So close to death, and honestly, if that wasn't first strike, that would have been a kill, right? Electrocute finishing it off, maybe. I don't know.
Sure.
Either way,
Airy, even if it's Comet, anything.
Well, what we're looking at is this mid lane now, and that's gonna be Sword Blue chunked out. That's gonna be the culling to be used, but look at the root. St. Daniel getting chunked low. Ignite will finish it off. That's the final auto attack. Now Double the Gray running away from the tower shot, but it's well done, right? Fisher force a bot lane gank and get one for it.
That's nice. That's really nice. And that's what you mentioned about confidence, right? We're looking at Relic as well, going out for a flank. There's Pike only onto Sendy alone by
himself. Such a good prediction. And now Zadox is going to try and fight, but remember, you can't step up too far. The rest of Fisher corralling around themselves. And I mean, I like this. Now it's Zadox to fire forward. Revan has to get to the rest of the team. And you are going to eat a lot of damage. Not going to finish him off. Arrow from far away, piercing. Oh, Zadox, you can't stay there. Both the ADC and jungler have to run away. Fisher, though, they're playing with fire. Keep that one in mind. It's very dangerous to be doing this with really no real damage behind, and Sword Blue getting themselves to safety. I mean, Weaver are playing on a knife's edge, but Fisher already knees deep in the swamp. It is a problem as they are trying to claw back.
They are really trying to claw back because this is like quicksand for them. If they let Weber have that advantage, 4-0 and 3, 2-0 and 3 for both jungler and top laner Sword Blue. Really confident into getting that stall for the ADC. Not to lose any of those minions. Very nicely done. But overall, I'm still very impressed with the fact that Fisher is standing as confidently as they are, because Weber have a big upper hand in regards to those two objectives, in regards to kills. Right now on double, 8-4. But in regards to gold overall, because Fisher has been farming really well, they are kind of even on less than 500 gold ahead for Weber.
And I think that's the scary part, right? For Weber, they need to have a much earlier lead. We talked about it, right? This squad needs a much stronger lead. They need a lot more gold, and they don't have it, right? So that's going to be the scary part, and I think they feel it, right? They're trying to steal away camps. They're trying to get some aggressive warding down, but they haven't had all that much luck. Take a look at their warding vision line. It has been, like, minimal, to say the least, and now Topo on the top side is getting forced out, but look at where the fight occurred, right? Jexor on their own side of the map can't even finish off that kill. Of course, it was a flash burn, so it's fine, but St. Daniel now on the bot side, realizing that they might be caught, dashing away. A little bit of a hook of a wall. Actually grabs Sendy on that back end, so that was kind of nice. But Fisher feeling okay, even though they're 4 kills down, the CS is in their lead. Everything else spells that they're doing okay. They're not as far behind as it feels.
I think what they said is they can be reactive as well, but now they're being proactive.
Oh, Sendy eaten up, but not that quickly, as that's going to be Sword Blue eating themselves. Now over the wall, in comes Devil to Gray, and just another force grants Revan the kill. And we talked about Sword Blue being strong before, sacrificing their life for 2.
Yeah, looking at mid lane as well. Relic facing 2. It's gonna do, it doesn't land.
such a beautiful dash over the wall, and Zadox takes that final kill. So an answer from Weber in the mid lane will grant them so much more. Mid lane tower falls, first tower to the likes of Weber. And that's gold that they so desperately need, but it is matched almost immediately by Fisher.
Yeah, they can trade it really, really well. We're looking at Zadox again, trying to get something, and a technical pause on our screen, but it's good time for us to get even more analysis. I feel like Weber is executing that play style that the composition dictates much better. They had to be more proactive early game. They have a Graves 5-0 and 3. I think what makes the difference is that there is some kill distribution, or at least kill participation distribution around the team, but not that much. Then that gold is not actually going to land on all the players on Weber. On top of that, you have a considerable lead in farm for Fisher on most of the lanes, aside from that jungle where really the Graves is incredibly ahead. So that is keeping Fisher afloat really well. And what they said is, yeah, we tried to be more aggressive like we did in the previous game. We took out that flash from Tibbs in the first 1 minute of game. Then we went in and got another kill, taking really the Ahri out of this early game. No roams were ever going to be as successful as you would have wanted. But the thing is, they know how to adapt. So Fisher has taken this opportunity to be a little more reserved. Now they are stacking gold, they're stacking resources, and with that, they guarantee that the mid lane, the mid game that they really, really can execute well because of that composition is going to be guaranteed. They're just shy of 1,000 gold behind.
And that is worrisome, right? We need to see the execution from the side of Weber really start forcing the way forward. And I mean, the composition lends itself to it, right? Now the Ahri does not have to be a primary damage dealer. You can lean on Zadox, on the Graves, who, by the way, 4-0 and 3, amazing scoreline to currently run on. The likes of Jexor also being up there, I think, I want to say a kill in. I think, no kills just yet. It's 0-2 and I think like 3 or 4 in their own. So I don't think it's terrible. Actually, no, 2-0-3. I'm very sorry. That was the other game. So the idea that Fisher are going to have a nice cakewalk into that mid game, I think doesn't do Weber justice, right? There is still value there. The scary part is actually Sendy on the bot side doesn't actually have the lead that they had last game as well. So it's like the kills are reversed. And you mentioned it before, right? The kill distribution is a little bit wonky. I'm still waiting for Sendy and St. Daniel to pop off. Keep in mind, it was still this R4 pickup of that Lucian saying, hey, we're going to go ahead and lock this in. This is going to be our main playmaker. We have not seen it pop off. If we are to see Sendy pop off, where would you want it to be for the Weaver side? Where would you actually want to see that explosive Lucian play that we sometimes do see in pro play?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like what we want to see from Sandy is in regards to those team fights that are going to inevitably happen on the Drake pit and later on the Baron. But most importantly, in the Drake, because we are looking at this around 14, 15 minute mark right now, 16, I think. And now it gets even more important for them to collect that early bounties. So having those Drakes stacking up is going to be very important, because if there is the likes of a Hextech or an Infernal Drake coming through for Fisher, if they can collect those, that is going to be very hard for Weber to find those kills, because they have to be go in, deal damage, explode, done, right? And especially with Graves, if you can't really land a kill on when you go for collateral damage, then what do you do now? Your auto attacks don't even, get someone in the backline. You just hit the first person that hits. So the most important thing to me are those Drake fights. I feel like this is the moment where they don't need to be overnumbering. They don't need to be like 4-3. They can be same leveled in numbers for those Drake fights, but Sandy has to be the one person to be so far away from the fight that they just do damage with their ulti, get in a good flank for then, like a Vayne would play around a fight, and then go in, especially when you have those dashes that could be comparable as well. So I want to see that happening, because they can protect Sandy really well with a Rakan, but aside from that, you can't really do much. You don't have a big front line.
It's going to be the micro-intensive battles, I think is
Sure.
what we're getting at here. It's going to be
Yeah.
the micro-intensive, make those awesome dashes, get away from those knockups, get away from a lot of what is being thrown down here. Not only that, Sendy is also going to be completing that. Cole only needs 2 more CS, which feels really, really good. Any ADC knows you get that extra little chunk of gold, and you are happy. However, Rollick, in the mid lane, for how much pressure was granted to the likes of the Syndra, the fact that it's 1-2-1 and 1-2-3 in favor of Tibbs is kind of crazy to think about, right? You were talking about the
Yeah.
fact that a lot of early pressure was sent down by Devil to Grey into that mid lane. And honestly, Tibbs held strong. Tibbs was able to hold off, didn't have to worry about too much, and now actually granting that extra bit of favor on the side, making sure that Weaver get this second Drake.
Yeah, looking good, looking good. It's a nice rotation, and what we saw in this game differently from the previous one is that Weaver got control over 2 first objectives. The first Herald and, oh, look at the Infernal Soul that I mentioned. All right, we're going to have that difference in the map. Some of those terrains are going to come down, and a TP in the flank with the Herald resetting in a second. There you go.
Resets only for a bit because Weaver are going to take it away, but this call down of the Infernal, I think it's kind of crazy, right? It's like goading the entirety of Fisher and Weaver to fight. This dragon will be fought over as soon as it comes up afterwards. I don't think Fisher wants to give it away, and they're also itching for that moment, right? You talked about it. The fact that Fisher only about 1 to 1.5k away, they can still fight. They can still try and get a team fight off, or they can get a pick, right? Tibbs, none the wiser here, and actually gets hit, realizes, hey, I'm in trouble, tries to dash away, gets one, gets hooked, now knock up, and then the execution. A following up damage dealer means that I believe that's an extra 300 gold over to the side of Fisher.
That's actually really funny. It just reminds me of that meme. I don't like you in particular. That's what Fish is doing to Tibbs, really focusing the Ahri. And to be fair, I don't think it's very targeted at all. First, it was targeted because they didn't have flash, but now it's just like, well, we're gonna take whoever is unprepared when they go into a lane. And I agree with you in regards to how things have been playing for Weaver. They have gotten all of the objectives so far, so 100% of confirm on them. So Fisher can try to do something next, but they're heavily relying on the split pushes, I would say, because just now there was a big wave pushing out on the bottom side. Finally, there's a tier 1 in the top side that was also taken down. The next objective would definitely be that tier 1 in the mid, and that could be a flank coming on very, very soon, actually.
And we can see it here, right? Trying to take down that tier 1 while a tier 2 from the side of Weaver is going to be taken. This Herald will charge. Oh no, did they drag it? I think they dragged it in time.
No
oh
way.
no, there it goes. There it goes.
No,
There's the charge.
That was very close though.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
my god.
funnily enough, if Swordblood actually stuck around to fight that, they would have gotten the kill. I actually opened up once again. So they would have been able to save that mid tier 2, but it's a very quick moment. It's a very simple thing, but not everyone thinks about it. So good job on Weaver to open up this mid lane a little bit further. You now can start invading into the enemy side jungle and look for these top lane fights again. Look at Topo. 3v1. Yes, you have your jungler around, but it's not really going to save you. I think they're just going to sack it. They're going to look at Sendy instead, who has flash and cleanse up. That's going to be a flash out. Chain of Corruption was used as well, so really well done by Sendy to survive. But Topo, not going to be as lucky. I think you're going to have to see this tower. I don't think you want to stay. That's going to be the charm. That's going to be the root. And the follow-up damage flashing away.
No.
Collateral damage could come out and just buck your HP away. But because Sword Blue drew up as well, Topo is allowed to live.
That's bold. That is really bold. As you said, they might have just conceded the tower. No, they stayed. And with that, they actually guarantee that the team stalls more for Fisher to take out the mid lane tier 1. That is very well done as a TP coming out on the top side. But Fisher is focusing on this tier 2 mid.
And I mean, this is where we see the Fisher strength, right? The macro adjustments that they are making are on point. Every time Weaver show on the other side of the map, not really fighting, it's Fisher to push in, Fisher to try and get a tower, Fisher to try and get a wave pushing. They're always willing to fight and keeping track of Weaver wherever they go. So very, very well done. On the bot side, tower does go down, but this is going to be that chance. Sendy, a little bit worried, does get hooked, dashing away, but the double knock up into the Cataclysm. This J4 cannot be stopped. The power pick that is allowed by Weaver now twice is showing dividends.
Yeah, it really is. And Fisher getting on our screen exactly what we know is their strengths. You said it, Orbital, it's the macro. They know that they could have let Topo be on the top side, gathered the attention of 3 players, especially the most dangerous now, which is Zedox, and they got tier 1, tier 2, and 2 kills as well. Very nicely done.
I mean, now we're looking at this Baron, which is very dangerous. Jaxor are able to get away from the Chain of Corruptions, which is very, very long cooldown because of that. This is actually dangerous. Fisher, I'm not sure you want to continue this one. It's going to be Zedox looking over the wall. Charm actually lands on 1, and it's going to be a squishy. Relic is taken quite low, has to flash into the pit. They're going to try and burn this one. That's going to be the spot, and it's taken. It is taken by Devil, but can they get away? That's going to be 2 kills. Looking for another. Tim's coming in with the cleanup, and it looks like all of them are going to go down. Revan on the back end gets annihilated. Topo will fall. Devil to Gray, you are the last one to fall into the gray screen. Yes, the Baron is taken, but it's a negative power play as Weaver take the ace.
That is a negative power play. I love that. I'm gonna take it for myself as well. Orbital, I think they should have just stopped. They couldn't have continued. They didn't have enough to burst, guarantee a 50-50 smite fight, and also win the team fight. With that, they concede that, yeah, they got the buff because Devil the Grey was very assertive on their smite. But then, what can you do about it? Nothing. You're all dead. The timer's very long. And that guarantees that the 3rd Drake and the Soul Point is gonna go to Weber. There's Zedox in behind the pit, and an attempt, a feeble attempt, but an attempt nonetheless for Solid Blue to steal it. And now, Weber really, really looking strong.
I just like to point out the fact that you want to know how far behind Fisher is. Revan built a Radiant Virtue on Varus.
Yep.
Revan actually opted to go for safety instead and is opting to give more damage over to Sword Blue, which is crazy because now you don't really have any extra behind and you can't really fight it out, right? Chain of Corruption just to try and stay alive, which you do, but that also means you have no damage behind it, so Weaver can continue this run and pick style.
Yeah, and I don't think I hate it. I believe that Sword Blue being a Pike makes sense. There is the execute potential on not just the support, but also on Relic on the Syndra, now in the mid game. So, and not just that, the Cho'Gath, I just noticed there are 3 players that can execute in this game, which is very funny for Fisher. But they need to get the health bars into the low threshold to actually be able to execute, or else you don't have enough damage. So as you said, we saw Revan being there in the mid lane, isolated, ended up using their ability to no effect, goes down, and that's a big cooldown and CS that you're going to be losing. The one thing that Fisher has at this point is that they have accumulated a good momentum in regards to farm, but they haven't really connected those team fights, and that Baron push, I think that was a wrong play.
I mean, what Baron push? Oh, you mean just the Baron they took, right? Because
Yeah,
Baron push usually
exactly.
implies that they can actually push with the Baron. There was nothing of the sort. It's a problem, and it's so dangerous because now you're looking at these jungle fights. Sword Blue stuck in a little bit of a corner. And take a look at this, right? They're still hunting, and I do like this, but it's a problem. Now there's going to be a jump in. Scout of the Week doesn't land. Sendy trying to run away, but that's another knockup. And the Cataclysm on top, so they do zone out Sendy. Sendy is dead. They draw the teleport from Jexor, and Fisher get away. So well done on the pick in there, and Weaver now feeling the pain of losing one.
Impressive how they were able to take down Illusion, one of the most mobile ADCs like the likes of an Ezreal, with Flash, with Cleanse. How did they do that? How did they do that? Well, they did. And it's the chain of CC that really got that going. So one misstep from Sendy, they can penalize it. So Fisher showing that they can still make those reads, and that is something that is innate to their playstyle. They can identify those breaches and those openings. Right now, Weber still has the impeccable and perfect KDA of 307 onto Jigsaw, and the CX 607 for Zedox, but the Drakes that have been accumulated, that is definitely the biggest enemy of Fisher at this point, Orbital.
It is, because that means that Weber are no longer the early to mid game. They are now a mid to late. It is a it is a dangerous factor if they give it up. So really take a look. This is going to be Fisher roaming in, getting a lot of those wards. And take a look. It is like Christmas come early for Fisher. Every ward that they could possibly have early on, a minute and a half before the spawns. They're trying to look for the catch, and maybe they have found a Jexor with flash up, as well as Ward Under realizes they are in trouble. No knockup to come through, but the hook comes in, and now they choose. But look at the healing. Oh my gosh, Jexor gets back a third of his HP. Another knockup to slow him down as he's out of the world. And now Topo trying to hunt, but that draws a TP, and Topo's gonna go down. Over the wall comes Zadox, and the force by Fisher leads to their doom. 2 dead in a flash.
That is insane. Where's the card healing? I don't see any card healing. And it's looking very dire. They're trying to escape now. Devil the Grey and Relic. But there's Tibbs coming out with the flank. The Spirit Rush is over. But Devil the Grey sacrifices themselves to let Relic escape. But it wasn't well communicated. And Relic might just down just the same.
I mean, I still think the likes of Weaver would have dove, but it would have been further. I do agree. We saw Relic try and turn around, but Devil the Grey couldn't really get anything, and because of that, you lose 4 in a row for nothing. Weaver now in full control. What we saw as just them with the driver's seat is a little bit different now. Now they control the gas pedal. They control every lane of the highway. They don't care where they go. They know that they are in charge.
They really are. And now the lead that was shy of 1,000 gold for Weber is coming into around 3,000, almost 3,500 maybe, if I do anything of mathematics. All right, Topo is going to get cornered in between 4 people. There's some help from Sword Blue, but it's both top and support dead.
Thelma and Louise, the diving to death together. Nothing else behind it. This is going to be sold to Weaver as they lose member after member after member, and they will not be remembered for this game. Weaver, take the soul. Baron is on the table. Literally everything into their pockets.
I will say, there's no on here, but there is definitely the call of a god going on outside my window, because that was loud. I don't know if anyone heard that, but it was just right as the soul was being taken, so maybe there is some interaction there. We will see. Oh my god, okay, that scared me. Weber now with soul, full priority and vision for Baron. Can they do anything for Fisher? Devil the Grey is behind. Can the flank happen? Maybe Soul the Blue can try to do something, but there is no time to follow up because they're ripping.
I mean, it's gone. There's no global ultimates. They got nothing there. Weaver had just been granted the highest opportunity they can to take this game. You are looking at what could be the largest gold lead we've had thus far. And remember, Fisher actually took Baron earlier on. In this entire scrapping, it's not like Fisher have not fought for it, but Weaver, they have everything that they could possibly need. By the way, Topo is still 0-6-1, has not had an opportunity to really jump down, has not had the opportunity to really do anything. And as we do get these minions fighting over this mid lane, shout out to, oh no, oh poor, no, this is brutal. Tibbs now is 0 to clean it up, okay.
Oh, Revan, though, could be getting that flank there from Tibbs if they go over the wall, but they don't want to expose themselves just yet. Of course, they have the Baron buff, and they don't want to give it away. They want to get that push, the power play that we mentioned, and it's something I was going to talk about as well, Orbital. Although Fisher did get that Baron, it feels like Weber got 100% of all the objectives. They didn't get that Baron, yes, but it wasn't utilized, so it's just as good as having all the objectives possible on the board. They're going for a 3 people push here on the top side, and things are not looking good for Fisher to try to come back.
I mean, I think this is the closing deal. 2 more attacks could be a Devil the Grey looking for that hunt as Zadox just walks away. This is the power of the Greys that was granted over. They said, hey, there's only one thing that we really need to do. It's get Zadox on a better champion. Chain of Corruption already went out, and that means it's free reign Weaver on a 2-team front, attacking the top, attacking the mid, getting that Baron push, and now on the bot side, Jexor says no one can fight us. I think this is the end. All inhibitor towers are down. Inhibitors soon to follow. 2 fall very quickly, and Topo is soloed out. Oh no, Topo, you don't want to be here. Zadox wants revenge. Devil the Grey trying to chase away on the top side, but the entire flank from Weaver says we own your base. There is nothing more that can be done but admit your defeat as Fisher are washed and Weaver with a resounding game number 2 bring us a series.
They bring us a tie, 1-1 on a best-of-5 semifinals of ECAC Orbital, and I would say that was close to a perfect game. I know that there were deaths, okay, it's not actually a perfect game, but really, they executed it so well in regards to controlling the objectives that it was as close as it could have been. There was some valiant attempts from Fisher, some sound decisions, but definitely things derailed on that push for the Baron. They tried to get it. They did have some damage. Yes, they did have confidence on the smite. Yes, but my clouds around side, the storm is raging. Oh my god. I'm getting scared. But I feel like at the end of the day, Fisher with that one decision that had already been preceded by we're not really taking action, we're just farming, we're just getting numbers, we're just getting gold. They really couldn't do anything afterwards because Weber had accumulated extra golden platings, objectives, tower, and map control. So Weber, that is such a glow up from game 1.
It was, and going back to it, Fisher are going to try and go back to the drawing board. We got a series on our hands. To everyone watching, make sure to keep tuning in. We are going to have at least a game number 4, so please don't go anywhere. The ECAC semifinals will continue here with Esports U in just a little bit. We are back with what is now considered a series because Weber fought hard. They went ahead, adjusted a little bit, banned away Topo, and took the Graves, and Zadox had a moment to shine. Everyone on Weber's side had an excellent game, and Fisher going into this game 3 have a lot of questions, right? Topo, of course, the Cho'Gath didn't really work out, but was it Topo's fault? I don't know. I'm not the coach. Taking a look in the jungle, in the mid, in the bot lane, so many other things occurring here, like the Varus attempt with the Radiant Virtue. I mean, Soph, what are we looking at here for game number 3?
I would say that was a sound pathway that Fisher had in the draft. I don't think that was any sort of problem there, but I feel like they really derailed on the decisions. Sometimes you could see that someone was gonna go in and die for your carry, and then the carry comes in and joins as well. So that was something that was really cutting out in their communication. So I would say the Cho'Gath wasn't the best option. I know that Topo wants to get on those tanks and the Ornn plus the Poppy were banned, but I feel like there could be other options. I don't know if they want to go for something like a Malphite. I think could work well, just by the sheer fact that as soon as you have level 6, you're useful. You're very useful. But the Cho'Gath needs to get those stacks, needs to get that scaling going. So for this game now that Fisher chose red side orbital, maybe we'd see something different. I don't think we will. I think the bans are going to be pretty much similar, but maybe some of the picks, especially for that top and bottom, could be the key points to make things change.
I will be inclined to agree. However, considering what we saw in Draft 2, I'm kind of scared. So, let's get into it. So far, the Poppy's still banned away, right? Still taken away from Topo, and I think at this point, it has been identified, right? Topo is that main concern. Go ahead, take away the Poppy, take away maybe the likes of that Ornn once again, because I have a feeling Fisher, either they first pick it and give counterpick to mid or jungle, or they look to give that counterpick up to Topo's side. Right now, though, a major shift that has just occurred. We get an ADC ban on Weaver's side. Now on Blue's side, they ban away the Zyra. They say, we don't want to give it to Revan. We have to take it away. A little bit of a shift. So far, Fisher, though, still banning that Trident choosing.
Yeah, I feel like getting the Zyra out here could mean that they're going to go for something different than the Rakan. I don't feel like there was anything wrong with the Rakan whatsoever, but maybe them going with something different in the bot lane, something, I don't know, more Enchanter, or something more beefy, like an Nautilus, like an Alistar that was picked by Fisher in the first game, could work out well. So, although we said that for Fisher, things could go really, really similar, we're looking at Weber, and they only maintain the Poppy, now having the Xayah plus a Lilia as their final pick, final ban of this first round. I'm interested. I'm not quite sure what exactly that means.
So if you're banning away a strong disengaged style with the Lilia, and you're also banning away the safety of the Xayah, I do expect that to be an all-in engage from Weaver's side. So I think Fisher correctly identified what Weaver were trying to go for, right? Ban away that J4, take away that opportunity for Zadox to actually have a really good fight on that same side. However, this does leave up the option of the Graves. Remember, Graves in the previous game had massive impact. We're talking about the amount of kills and the threat potential. Zadox was at the top. Like, that was not a silent lullaby. That was a rocking concert, the likes of Steve Aoki. Like, that was crazy. All over the place. Really, really strong. So how do you shut that down? Fisher now have a lot of options. Do you want to counter? It's a brand new jungle matchup, either way you look at it. But instead you say, hey, we'll actually take away what St. Daniel was running. St. Daniel, of course, running 2 games so far on the Rakan. Gotta take that one.
Yeah, I think this is very interesting because Fisher, having played the Javan Force both games previously, now they take out the Javan Force themselves. I would say that there was no reason for Weber not to pick the Graves again when it worked out so well. Considering their playstyle, we know that Zadox wants to go very aggressive early game, but now things switch out a little because there's not just the deny on the Rakan, but now Orianna is on the table. Now Orianna is so powerful at the moment. The mid lane can be so well, like, very defended, very safe, but the team fight, it really works out super well, especially with the Rakan. We're looking at a Nico being hovered for Weber, and that, to be fair, will be kind of different if we're talking about how Tibbs has been playing.
it's still along the lines of the denial tool, and honestly, the fact that we do get to see the Nico kind of come as the up-and-coming mid lane answer to the likes of Orianna, to the likes of some of these powerful mages, I really like it. Of course, it is locked in, so that matchup will be a little bit of a farm fest until we see what the other jungle options are, but there you were talking about it, right? So if that hover of the Nautilus, if it is locked in, it's a great engage tool. It also allows the follow behind. This is why we were talking about the likes of that Xayah, of that Lilia band away. It is Weaver's turn to choose that all-in engage, to choose that wombo combo extraordinaire. Fisher on this side hovering the Vi, and I'll be honest, you know, I understand the compositional reason you want that ball delivery system. I've watched a few too many collegiate games, the Vi not getting as aggressive as we would like.
Well, considering how both teams have played in this series so far, Weaver showed in the second game, yes, we know how to be aggressive with a composition that is supposed to be early game focused. But at the same time, Fisher also delivered that in the first game. So maybe this could be a case where we see what I mentioned from previous game draft. Maybe both sides will be more assertive in invades. I really want to see that because then the Vi can really shine. She can go over the wall, so does the Graves. She can get a lot of movement and clear in the jungle very fast to be able to get like half jungle, move in, get something on the opposite end, and then rotate for one of those skills like we saw coming from the Jarvan if you have someone with a summoner spell on cooldown. But we're getting into that second round of Bandy Ezreal again with the Urgot, and Topo not taking the on, but if you're Weaver, you don't take the Cho'Gath either.
Well, I mean, this is appropriate, right? With the bans as they currently stand and with the picks, I mean, Fisher are angling for that top lane counter matchup, and I like this. I like this call as well. Just go ahead, ban out some unique picks. You feel like Topo is going to try and run something unorthodox. Aatrox is still up, but of course you don't want to blind pick that. Some teams do really like to, but I don't think it'd be in Topo's wheelhouse. So this is going to be that Ashe kind of pickup here. Keep in mind that pick style, slow everyone down if you can. By the way, very fun idea here is, again, you can use the Nico clone to actually block the Ashe arrow. Little fun fact, a lot of people know it, but it's fun.
For sure.
Right now, though, these last two picks are very, very important, right? You take a look at Sendy, you take a look at Jexor. These two have to round out your composition, and I saw the Sivir. I was thinking about it. If you're willing to play towards that mid to late, a very different aspect than the Lucian, I like this call. You go ahead, lock it in, you got the spell shield, you are safe, and you are comfortable. This final pick, though, this final top lane pick, you go ahead and blind it. You say, hey, I know what Fisher are kind of going to go for. We can go ahead and grab it.
Yeah, and they have been confident on it. I don't know why they would change, just like Reba played out super well there on the Zadok's on the Graves. No way, they did not. They did not just... Okay. Oh, for a second, I really thought it had been picked. But Rumble has been banned so far, and now it's finally open. So this could be the one thing, finally, that comes out differently for Topo. So instead of having more of a tank, more of an enabler, you have now someone that's going to deal massive damage. Of course, control the ground as well with your equalizer, but it's going to be massive damage, massive magical damage. And that can really balance things out if we see Revan falling a little behind on damage. Because we know the Ashe takes a little while, and she's more of a control ADC than she is of a bursty ADC. She needs a hell of a lot of protection, and I feel like this team could provide her that. On the side of Weeba, they really can protect the Sivir as well. The Graves, they have a lot of engage and accessibility, access to the backline, but they really can stand their ground if necessary to peel off their carries.
And that is, I think, what it's really going to come down to, right? For the side of Weaver, you're trying to peel away, but you're also trying to go in. That on the hunt will be the primary factor of whether that works or not. Looking on the other side, for the likes of Fisher, I also want to point out the stark difference that we had in games 1 and 2 versus this third game, right? The top lane is what we're going to be watching for. Keep in mind, Jexor so far has had counterpick and had immaculate lane pressure, right? Yes, there have been some pressures in. Topo has done well there. but this time you actually have the kill threat behind it. The Rumble has been seen as the anti-Aatrox pick for so long. That's why it's been banned out at multiple points. So that lane matchup now shifts a little bit in favor of Topo's lane. So really watching for Devil to try and answer the likes of Zadox, maybe looking at the top side to get rolling once again. Because Devil had such a great amount of impact on that J4, I want to see that same level come out with the Vi.
Yeah, and I think it can be translated. They have sort of similar gameplays in regards to how they scale up their base stats and their kit. They have access to backline and they have some sort of bursty damage. I feel like it can work really well for Fisher in this game. At the same time, you said it, the Rumble is the ultimate counter for the Aatrox that had to be blind picked considering Weber was on the blue side. But now getting into Summoner's Rift for a third game and tiebreaker of our best of 5. Weber on the blue side, Fisher College on the red. Orbital, any thoughts before we get into game?
No, I'm scared. I just listen.
Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared.
So there's this issue. I cast another series earlier this week, and it had a Vi in there. And here's the thing, the Vi did nothing. I cast a series way earlier in the week, had a Vi in there. The Vi did nothing there as well. Like, this is like one of the champions to have like a very aggressive start, right? And I think you pointed it out beautifully. The Vi has a way to get into lane, has a way to be proactive. If you're not proactive, you lose out on a lot of value that the Vi brings, especially at like the level 6, because you're talking about early ganks with the Vi. It also has a level 6 potential. I rank it up there along the likes of like a Nocturne, right? You have that level 6, use it. If I don't see it, if I don't see Devil to Gray getting an early fight, getting in people's faces, I will be very sad. But of course, I'm not the player. There's a reason I'm a caster. There's a reason I don't even touch jungle in my solo queue games. I'm a mid lane main all the way through. We'll see if it works here. Topo in a better matchup. As things get underway, we are looking at a red buff start for both sides. Very different than what we've seen in games 1 and 2, where both jungles actually started on that top side of the map.
Yeah, and that would mean, of course, that in the previous games, they not only started on the same side, they also path to the same side, to the bottom, and now they're going to be facing each other in different directions. That is interesting. I don't know if they are even aware, because they didn't go ahead to be aggressive on wards, and there's not much of a track in regards to junglers.
I mean, even without jungle help, bot lane's still going to fight, right? Sword Blue is still looking for a little bit of a fight. And granted, we're also watching the likes of Sword Blue to be as aggressive as St. Daniel was, right? This fight over level 2 will be very, very important. I think both of them are going to hit it at about the same time. And there's the final hit. So both of them are safe. St. Daniel, though, does not have that get out of jail free card, right? You do not have a way back out. If you land a hook, you are set. In the mid lane, though, this other side of the factor is Rollick has had some stable control. I wouldn't say had a lead, right? But on the Orianna, it's one of the best bullying champions. Let's see if they can build a lead. Let's see if we can see that Orianna be a monster, as many people have seen throughout professional play and the most recent meta.
Yeah, we're looking at Zadox going onto this mid lane, maybe having some leeway. I think they did it, but we're looking at top lane in the very, very peaceful fight.
Oh.
We might, maybe see replay. Hey,
all right.
we love
So
K-Tad.
our observer K-Tad really doesn't want to miss any of the kills, and this is just like, this is Zadox having a grand old time, right? Like, Zadox is like, I got this, guys. Don't worry, I'm gonna get in your face. Poor Rollick eats the first step.
And they do. They have to go back to lane using that TP. The fact that they didn't just get the first blood, but they also took the flash and the TP, of course, back to lane. I feel like that's the best case scenario for Weber in this first moment of game. And now Zadox as well can have such a big impact because they didn't get the kill, they got the assist, and now Tibbs could have even bigger pressure because they got the kills themselves.
Just so good. And I don't know. Like, I'm not putting any hopes in here already, but like, Weaver are setting themselves up for success once again, right? Like, this is it's scary. I'm very, very scared because this is Fisher, right? Fisher are known as a very competent team. They're really good and kind of stacking team fights and keeping themselves in control. But when you lose out in these early stages, it's dangerous. Sword Blue also getting a little bit antsy and taking quite low. The fact that we actually didn't see a follow through surprises me as Sword Blue trying to set themselves up. Double the Grey is currently sitting on a ward, and Silent Lullaby, Zadox is nowhere close. I'm not sure if St. Daniel and Sendy actually want to stay here, but they are. Vision granted everywhere. They're going to look at it. Summoner spells are up. No ignite for St. Daniel. Devil Grey coming around the side. A little bit of a fist out. That's going to be a draw. And now the dance in, but a very nice spell shield keeps him safe. And Sendy is allowed to live. Are you kidding me? No. This could not go more wrong. It is a trade of 1-for-1. Now St. Daniel taking quite low. They're going to try and dive underneath. A couple more auto attacks should slow him down, but I'm not sure they can finish. Final volley takes it. The multiple arrows is not W volley, but it is the multiple arrows to pierce. Revan comes out with the 2-piece.
That was close. That was too close for comfort, I would say. Oh, there's Zadox. Might be peeking out here on Devil the Grey. There's the recall cancelled. And here they go in. It's going to be a dead Vi, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope. The minions are up. And remember, Zadox trying to go under. Oh, dear. I'm not sure you want this because the shield is up. Oh, my gosh, Zadox.
No way.
You had to have seen that coming, Zadox.
Yeah, for sure. They were a little too over eager. They went in on that dive, and as you said, there is a shield. There is a little bit of a kickback that you have with the Q there for Vi that guarantees that one of the autos that take a little bit of time, of course, for Graves. If you can't get the reset with Q, it's gonna take a little longer. That was okay. That's a little too much, I would say. But bot lane once again getting aggressive onto Fisher, because Weaver has been feeling confident, especially because Sivir is much safer than the Ashe would be.
I'm still reeling from it.
Disappointed.
Like, I'm still reeling for Zadox had such a phenomenal game, and honestly, as you said, maybe a little bit overconfidence, but needless to say, it's still a possibility, right? Like, you're still a little bit keeping pace with the likes of Double the Grey, but you just gave a window back, and we talked about it, right? Fisher are a team that know how to kind of ramp things up over time, and if given the opportunity, we'll see them fly. At the current moment, though, we're seeing the likes of Zadox look towards that mid lane once again. Ralix still without flash, still looking to try and get a little bit of a punch, and at level 6 does have the ult power. Right now, it is a Hextech Dragon to start. It will be the first one. Granted, okay, yeah, thank you, K-Tat. I want to see this. So we haven't talked about this top lane as much as well, because Topo really, in games 1 and 2, hasn't had that main priority, but Jexor, it looks like they just went up a little bit too far, and then the flash over, and, I mean, World Ender ain't gonna save you there. Well done by Topo.
Really, really well done, and charged the Aatrox to death. I feel like, although that was a kill there on the top side for Topo, which is very good, I would say, in regards to confidence for Fisher's top laner, we saw Weaver taking this first Drake like they had in the previous game, and that's quite a lot of preemptive work where they said, okay, we did just die on that dive for Vi. It's okay. We still have full vision. There was a hawk shot used by Ashe on Revan, but they could only watch it from afar.
Right now, I think St. Daniel wishes that they were watching from afar. This is not going to be fun. The shred is enough to slow them down. I don't think there's going to be a chase under the tower, but St. Daniel is very happy that level 6s are not out right now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. To be fair, it would have been easy as well to see Sandy use their spell shield just to block it. It would have been just as easy as a prediction as knowing that Zadox would die diving the Vi. But it's okay. Sometimes things happen in different ways than we predict. But you're right. There's no level 6 on the bottom side. There's no level 6 on either junglers. So that means that they are going to be going for farm. They're going to be clearing out the jungle. Now looking at Weeba, both junglers being on the top side, Weeba is going to get the Scuttle Crab first, which is going to be massive. They guarantee the level 6, so the collateral damage is going to be there, and they are they are colliding. They're colliding on Topo.
Oh no, Topo, poor Topo. You can't do too much. And Double the Grey, I mean, only there for answer, and it's happening again. It's happening again. I don't want to deal with this. Granted, Double the Grey is not the one that's having the issue, right? Has ganked that bot side. But Topo with this power pick, remember, every death is a problem that you have, right? Because you ran that ignite. It's for the lane pressure. If you die, you lose that march. And a Hex Tech, or, yeah, that is a Hex Tech early. For Jexer, you gotta respect it.
Oh, yeah, you're right, okay. It's gonna be some extra damage. They have the Sorcerer Boots as well coming out, but Weaver, because of that pressure, because they got that weak side onto Topper, getting them cornered and flanked, guarantees them the first Herald. There goes in, but you really don't connect. Tibbs there on the ulti onto Relic. They're still safe. They have used that flash though, so that is at least something you've taken out of it. Now Sandy is going to defend this bottom tower. Neither lane really getting much pressure in regards to plating so far.
Well, that's actually the thing, and we need to dive into that because the explosiveness of game number 2 really caught us off guard with Weaver taking a lead. But Indy's, I want to say quieter early games, it actually favors Fisher, I think, right? Because remember what we saw in game number 1, right? It wasn't the fact that they got a lot of kills, it was the fact that they almost like choked out Weaver. Every time Weaver wanted to make a move, they were answered in response, and if Weaver weren't actually able to make the gamble work or weren't able to make the play, they'd lose CS on another ground. So this constant feeling of losing out every time you make a move kind of ramps up over time. So Fisher, if it stays quiet, I think works in their favor. If we see it build up, that'll be a big difference. Dragging in about a minute and a half, which will be the main global objective next. But if we are able to find extra kills, they're able to find extra fights, we could see a bit of a shakeup. Tibbs now looking to roam down as well as it looks like Sword Blue is going to have to take a very safe route home.
Yeah, they're going to have to be a little sneaky. There is some vision. So the vision was cleared out there by Weaver. And now Fisher actually gets control over not just the red buff, but also the bush just behind it. We're looking for that area around the pit, getting scouted. Nice dodge. St. Daniel goes directly into a wall. But I think they're looking to get a little more heater on the top side.
And this time around, it's a very nice combination. Double Gray and Ralix solo out the likes of Zadok. Sword Blue in the mid lane is going to be just fine. But honestly, that's what you need, right? Zadok was a key playmaker in why Game 2 went Weaver's way. You gotta start attacking him at the source.
Yeah, and right now, that means that Devil the Grey is with 4 kill participation on a game of 5 kills for Fisher. There's a TP coming out the top side.
Oh, Jaxor, I mean, you're gonna survive long enough, and that's a problem. Double knock up in the top side, and you're dead. That's gonna be Devil the Grey, though, saving themselves for just a little bit longer. But it's still death. Double shutdowns for Tibbs. Really nice TP in.
Incredible timing there. Tibbs not just gets the TP, but also the immediate ulti there. The knockup, super well done. There's a Herald coming out, and a flash preemptively with the hook guarantees the kill onto Ash, and Sword Blue has to try to run away. Now, Herald is going to be the one taking charge, dealing quite a lot of damage. Platings are almost over.
I mean, this is something that's so dangerous, and it's not just plating, it's death. Xanax, after dying in the top side of their own jungle, just says, hey, I'll take kills and dragons for free. A second dragon pretty much landed in their lap, and Weaver said, thank you very much. Fisher, now going, what the heck just happened? Where did we start losing control of this bot lane? All of a sudden lost their lives. Revan with no flash or ghost. Weaver answering pound for pound in this game.
They're looking so consistent all around the map. We've seen the pressure here on the top side. Good ganks onto top road. Then there was a good comeback from Fisher as well. But then when you had a bigger pressure with the 3-man dive, Weber knew. Now Tibbs, you come here because you have a big, well, speaking of bigs, you have a big opportunity to get a shutdown. But now Tibbs gets shut down instead.
Oh. I mean, I can't even fault him, right? It's too hard to deal with that.
Look
and
at the chain.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is what Fisher wants to do, by the way. Their entire composition is built around get a pick and run, get a pick and run, get a pick and run until you feel comfortable enough with the amount of gold that you have to actually take a full team fight. That's their whole game plan. So from downtown, Revan able to get that assist, followed up behind on Vralik and Devil Gray. Sword Blue allowed to play a little bit more aggressively in this mid lane. I mean, you open up time for Rollock to get farm as well, so very nicely done. Fisher finding their 7th.
Yeah, and it might be an exploiting as well for Redick. There it is. Any gold that you can take is super valuable considering your enemy mid laner Tibbs is now on 3-1-0, keeping out a good CS and a proto belt finished. That's going to be a big power spike. But looking at the jungle, getting somewhat of a pressure from Devil the Grey. We'll see how this is going to go.
And it went calmly.
It faded. It faded.
I think that's okay. Weaver, though, take that time to pressure down this bot side, which, granted, Sendy did go the static shiv, and that one's more annoying than anything. So going for raw pushing cards, making sure that you're able to maintain this lead on the bot side, I think is appropriate. Will it stifle the mid-game impact? Sure, for a little bit. I don't think it's going to be too far off.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I agree with you. Having the split push potential is good. We know that the Airtrucks could be good split push potential, but neither of the 2 games we've had so far had Jezor on the roll. But if this is what they're going for on this one, it makes sense as well. There is a dodge on the Crystalline Arrow and a thumbs up from Sandy. So this is not going to be an engage for Fisher at this time.
I think that was one of the more brazen crystalline arrows that I've seen so far. Like, that was like, you see me, I see you, we're gonna fight. That's all it was. In the top side, though, we saw Jexor.
1v1 me, bro.
Jexor actually looked for that fight, went with the World Ender, but Topo flashed out. This now means it's an aggressive push from Fisher into the enemy jungle, and they found it. Once again, look, that collection of ults, the bullying continues. Fisher don't want a team fight, they just want to kill.
Yeah, and look how much they pushed here.
Oh, no.
For Weber on this bottom side. Tibbs, with that much pressure on items we spoke of, they are pushing out really, really nicely. And it makes even more sense the fact that you have the static shift there on Sandy. They're looking for this sort of gameplay because they've seen the potential with Chains of CC for Fisher. They've seen it just once again here in the jungle. Equalizer, then into breaking into the vault, plus Crystalline Arrow. And the shockwave, everything really lines up for pickoffs for Fisher, and now Weber doesn't want to allow that to happen. Very nicely done, them converging on the bottom side, taking the tier 2, but Fisher as well has now a Herald on the hands of Devil the Grey that could be well utilized to open up some more space into the enemy jungle.
And I think they need it, right? Because we almost see the role reversal coming out, right? Fisher, instead of having that we are going to play and if you make a mistake, we're going to take, it's actually Weaver that we're doing it, right? That bot side was completely taken down, opening up space on this bot side jungle area, right for Dragon to come up as well, which Weaver are still in control of. If they get this third Drake, it puts them on soul point, and it's a problem that Mountain Drake gives them so many extra tanky stats that I kind of fear that Fisher aren't actually going to be able to walk through. So keep eyes on that stack up. Keep eyes on the wards as well, as St. Daniel's off on the side being a little bit of an annoyance. In comes Zadox with that Ghost Blade saying, give me a chance. Rollick getting chunked out underneath their own tower. With only 40 seconds, this feels like it's going to be a give from Fisher.
It could be, and I feel like Weber can use that as a potential. Okay, if you want to defend your turret, we take Drake. If you want to take Drake, we take a turret. So things could be a little more difficult. But there's the Herald here that has to be used. Goes into a team fight.
Jeez, they just try and fire away, and they do. But now the resounding answer behind may be a little bit more difficult, but no, it doesn't matter. Jexor on the backside is spotted out. Because of that, they scatter from Jexor. They flash onto Zendy, and it works. What a moment. And now Dragon doesn't matter, right? Jexor is only able to get one. They're gonna bump Jexor out, and the rest of Fisher, they say we took the tower, we're fine, we can now chase this last member. That is how you split. A composition that wants to team fight. You don't let them get close. They get towers, they get kills, and they get the dragon.
Fisher caught them off guard, I would say, because we were mentioning how it was a split decision between defending your mid turret or taking the Drake. But they instead threw in a Herald. So Weaver was like, wait, what do you exactly mean to do here? And Fisher said, well, we mean to get you when you're clustered up and basically land all of our abilities one after the other. The chain is real, and even though there was a TP used there, as we saw by Jexor on the backside, they managed to get just one kill out of it and collapsed soon afterwards. So getting that one Drake for Fisher now is incredibly necessary. It was so point for Weber, and now everything that they can get is going to be valuable. We're looking at this mid lane collapsing now for Weber, and maybe even the ADC as well.
Oh, Weaver, they tried, but they couldn't get more than the tower. The collateral damage, though! Shot from across the map, and silent lullaby. Zadok sends them packing. However, they're going to look for more. This is a dive into the mid lane, and Topo trying to get in the fight, and it looks like they'll get revenge. Well played, well done. Fisher come away with 2 kills.
Nicely done. Baiting it out for Weber. They wanted to take out their first tier 1. That is the biggest of entries to opening up the map in your enemy's jungle. And they committed to it. They took the tower, yes, but they really paid it with their lives. There were 2 kills that followed up by it. There was a very close call. Oh, that was very satisfying to watch. Sword Blue going over the wall with that anchor following them up. But I feel like it was a very close call. Revan could have been taken down as well, but it was just shy of damage, and they were able to take Sandy instead with no casualties for Fisher. That is how they start turning things around, equalizing both teams on 34,000 gold, around 800.
But we have to take a look at the difference between what Fisher are packing in this game versus what they packed last game, right? Because we had a 1.5 or so K difference in game number 2, right? The difference here is that Fisher have a lot more firepower behind. Last time, all they had was the likes of a Cho'Gath, right? This time around, they have that equalizer. They have the Vide damage. Looking with the Divine Thunder at 6, 1, and 5. So much more behind, but this is a call-out. What a reach! Devil to Gray. That was a snipe in the dark. Well played by Tibbs. However, you burn your ult right before Baron comes up. I wouldn't put it past Fisher to look for a team fight and then hunt for the Baron afterwards.
Definitely, but instead in the bottom side, Topo might be taken down by Jexor.
I think you have to flash. Yeah, you have to get away in Revan. I don't think you want this fight. Well done by Jexor. They burn their flash and their ult, but it's still danger, right? Jexor trying to cement themselves as that split pusher to send 2 to 3 members against, not just 1.
Yeah, it's what we mentioned. They have split push potential now. We didn't see Jexor being that effort, being that in that role and putting that effort, but now they can do it because the Aatrox is a champion that can pull it out. They have Sandy. Even Tibbs has been pushing really, really well on the Nico. Guaranteed they took that tier 2 a couple of minutes back. So things are looking very solid in regards to strategy for Weber. But now Fisher as well. They've gathered a little more kills, now 4 up in comparison to the enemy. Crystalline Arrow.
I mean, it's a save, right? Jexor doesn't really have the World Ender, and because of that, they can kite. Look at the kite here. This is perfect, but you're almost going to get taken down. Topo playing with fire, tiptoeing around death.
I think it's very interesting how we've seen the Aatrox so much and the Rakan so much recently as well, and no one had cut healing at all. There's a Leandri's, yes, and that's it. You have some burn potential, but don't really have cut healing on anyone. But still, they managed to take Jexor down. That's huge for them, because taking both of the top laners down at the same time, that would have been terrible, because Jexor has TP, but Topo doesn't.
Oh, that... I love it. The Nico hiding inside, but it's 7 minions in a wave, and you're just like, this is dumb. That's definitely not someone. They're still trying to figure out which minion it is. There's Tibbs is getting collapsed, and because you put yourself out in a bad spot, you have to get away. Sword Blue kiting around, but now they gotta go back in. Shockwave landing. It actually casts the ADC. Collateral damage, but this time against Weaver. They get the fight. Depth charge goes in, but Jexor's running away. You TP'd in the back line. Devil Grey is gonna solo you out. And remember, Fisher, you just run into the weaker side of that pincer, and now you get to chase Saint. What a way to kite the likes of Weaver. Fisher say, we may have messed up game 2, but we will not mess up game 3.
They will not. Reading that so well, you said it. Tibbs going out disguised as a minion. They counted the minions. They can count the wave. And not just that, they knew preemptively that even though they weren't going to be in a straight ahead position, they could be in that bush. They scouted it. There was no vision. They swept and guaranteeing they had such a good moment to go in with the ulti there for Tibbs. On top of that, Devil the Great, a beautiful sidestep to guarantee then the Vault Breaker into that dive, following up with the Shockwave, of course, for Relic. Very nicely done. They know how to execute this composition, and they are playing it to a T, because mid-game, this is where they thrive.
I mean, I think they're so happy, right? They reached a state, as you said, it's one that they thrive in, it's one that they excel in. For Weber, you're actually taking a look. This Graze is not off the ground like you wish. Your Jexor is not as strong either. You're sitting at 2, 3, and 2. It's a much dangerous factor, and you're really banking on Sendy, who is sitting at 1, 4, and 5. Across games 1 and 2 as well, did not have a massive amount of impact on that Lucian, but you have a chance this time. Okay, that's...
Wait, what?
It's gonna happen, right? And this is the power that you have with these two in tow. I mean, it's so easy, right? Jexor, you don't really have a way out, and I mean, you just burn, right? So
yeah, nice way of a Fog of War as well.
Yeah, like Devil the Great plays and thrives in this area. So at the current moment, Fisher College are literally looking for these kills to specifically hunt for other objectives, and the arrow goes out again. St. Daniel realizes they're in a bad spot. Depth Charge is going to hold them, but look at the Shockwave drawing in, and Pop Blossom only catches one, so now it's Burn City. That is Topo to gain a double kill, but look at the fight back. This is Sendy saying, I'm online. Flash over the wall as Zadox takes another kill, and Weaver turn it around. Sendy taking quite low. A QW from this Orianna is going to force Sendy out and away. But the hunt is on. They want to find this kill. They want to shut it down. They want to give themselves a nice bonus. But Zadox is there, so I think the fight is done.
Well, there's a flank coming. Zadox might be taking Revan here. I don't think Viesh can do anything. There's no flash. There is a speed, and the blast going to safety. Nicely done. A very good duo effort from both mid and bot laners. I feel like, once again, Fisher's found themselves in such a good spot. We saw a Shockwave landing on everyone, but there was a Zhonya's. There was a stopwatch, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that stopwatch is a new one. And the problem there is that the Shockwave didn't really matter. It was just like damage on one person, if I'm not mistaken, and the rest of the three got to stay healthy. And when you go in for your maximum engage with your Shockwave, with a Vault Breaker, and you don't actually guarantee enough damage, and Sendy was caught out of it, oh yeah, then the Sivir is just going to boomerang them away. There's Ricochet for days, as this ADC now is in the best position there with Static, with Royce, and Bloodthirster as well, to be in a good spot to just really attack them away in a team fight.
I mean, we can kind of see the fact that Fisher realized they made a mistake, right? You can't allow yourselves to be corralled in this situation again. Yeah. So instead, you hunt once again for those picks. Tibbs now facing off against Topo with that Aatrox on the top side. So Jexor now staying away from the likes of Topo. Here's the thing. Fisher are still hunting for those kills, and they're realizing Sendy is starting to become a problem. So as we wind in to this mid to late game, plus I do believe one of the longer games that we had so far, 26 minutes in, and only 5 towers taken, I'm really watching the likes of Devil to Grey now, because you can't just willy-nilly ult anyone now. You have to be very selective of your targets. The Dragon now coming up in a minute and a half. I'll be watching, right? Where does Devil to Grey go? Where are you looking? Sword Blue even realizing that, hey, I might be in a little bit of trouble. But for the current moment, it is, will Devil to Grey find Sendy? Or will the likes of Topo be able to slow on? Or will Revan catch Sendy? Because at this point, Tibbs, you're just a buffer zone. We have to watch if Sendy survives.
For sure, and I feel like there's some sort of survivability that now the Fisher squad is missing. They were very used to having very beefy front lines with Alistair, with the Ornn, but now they have something different. They have a Rumble, and as you said, you can't just go into the backline as Vi on Devil the Grey. So maybe they're only going to be allowed to do the swords when they have a stopwatch. So things are going to be a little more selective. Now getting into 45 seconds for the next Drake. Both teams on Soul Point, and a crystalline arrow that goes wide.
And that's a problem. You actually lose that ult for quite some time. Sendy not caught, and now they're going to force it. But again, look at the split. I'm not sure they want this. Sendy is down. They got Sendy, and now the burn can come. And again, Jexor TP's in so late. Fisher, they pull the trigger. They may not have that crystal arrow, but they don't need it. The bullying shall reign supreme as it's shut down for Rollick as Fisher take 4.
Fisher take 4, but Jaxo had the idea that this trip on TP land was not going to be wasted. T2 on Fisher's mid lane was going to be taken down. But now, Weber can't do anything on this Baron attempt. Fisher, with only one enemy standing, the Aatrox can't even get into the pit fast enough, even if they wanted to contest it. There is a clean, very fast Baron takedown by Fisher. That is going to be much easier to control and defend the wave now that this mid lane has been popped right open.
And you can see the gold lead is actually leaning into Fisher's top side, right? Topo and Devil to Grey are 2 of the primary members that you want the gold on. Rollick and Revan are currently sitting at, I want to say about like 500 to 1,000 down, which is why we see a very close disparity. But that still leaves it to the fact that Fisher are very strong, and Weber cannot allow themselves to be pulled apart like that once again, and it looks like they already have done it. St. Daniel has to get away. Jexor needs to run. And Jexor doesn't really have an out. You have the World Ender, but you flash over the wall and you lose that flash. You don't really have an engage now. So well done by Fisher to draw this out. Keep in mind, they have Baron. They have the ability to fight out. St. Daniel currently staying on the front line and gets the draw, but I'm not sure if he can follow through. Again, the equalizer slows down. Shockwave lands on one only. Since is going to get to the back line. They already killed Devil to Grey. And yes, Topo's in the zone, but how much longer? Oriana gets the shutdown number 1. And it looks like the Ash is free firing. It's ADC versus ADC. Topo trying to hang on. Arrow comes out. Arrow lands. Sendy in the front line. You are dead. Rollick now going to chase ever further. Zax has to flash away, but Jexor has no flash. You try and go back into Sustain, and yes, you do, but you don't get anyone to squishy survive, and Fisher win a very dangerous fight. Big dub there as they push both Dragon and mid.
Sword Blue really protecting their ADC, but the skin of that teeth. The last healing, the last shielding was enough. No collateral damage there. Is going to get the Drake, but it might as well just take the mid laner. Ralik is going to be down, shut down precisely here for Zedox. But I feel like the biggest thing in this team fight for me, we noticed the Shockwave didn't hit many people, it's only one player, but the biggest thing to me is that when the two ADCs were fighting each other and it was just ADC fight, there was an anchor aimed at Revan, but they dodged it. How do you dodge it? It's so big. The hitbox is gigantic, but it didn't land. Somehow, it did not land. And maybe it was the ghost that they popped and it was a little bit of extra speed to be able to get out of it. But now, Sword Blue caught in the wrong side of the map.
I mean, I think you're okay, right? You're running interference. It's going to keep Revan alive. And now Fisher can start looking to drop some of this extra gold around the map. Because for as much fighting as they've had, they haven't actually gotten those gold objectives. They've actually only had 4 towers. And now Sword Blue realizes they're in trouble because Sendy with the red buff is slowing him down. But this is what we're watching, right? So much extra gold is now going into their pockets. That gold lead is now going to balloon ever further than just 5k. And you expect Topo to be that main channel, but everyone still has to be careful, right? Revan lost that flash on the top side. That will not be up for these next few fights, and it's danger. Take a look at that gold once again, because at this point, we need to see that gold lead. Fisher, they have a freaking 13 kill lead, and yet they only have about a 4k lead. So these small micro differences will play a very big part. 3 minutes until the next major objective. Kills are very important, and how you break into the opponent's base will be ever so present.
Especially because now you have some sort of protection with those 3 mountain drakes, and goes in with a shockwave.
Oh, yeah, the death charge is going to come out, but take a look at this spread. Rollick did not get a great ult. Because of that, you might lose your life. That's going to be 2 dead. All of a sudden, Rollick is going to stay alive with that Zhonya's, but you don't live for too long. What a massive mistake. Fisher thought they could take this fight, and now they got Topo killed. It's only Revan to stay alive. What a massive throw. This is dangerous. It's not fully a throw yet, as Weaver still has to push. But the danger is mounting. Are you kidding me? Weaver are going to try and break the base.
They can attempt to do it, because that was such a big mistake, Orbiter. You pointed it out. They had Baron. Some players didn't, but some players did. And they didn't take anything into siege for the enemy base. They didn't do it. There's just Revan alive. There's the inhibitor turret down. There's the inhibitor going next. And Orbital, things are looking dire for Fisher after such a big damage, because this amount of push is exactly what Fisher should have done with a Baron.
It's... I'm half shaking right now. You can't see him on camera, but I'm like, I am heavily worried because we're seeing this come down to a singular team fight, and I hate that and love that. As a play-by-play, I love it because it's blood, it's danger in the waters. But watching this game, both teams have sunk so much energy into getting these leads and trying to fight back. Fisher, I mean, they've done so much work to try and find singular kills. A single mistake can turn everything on its head. Baron up in a minute, Dragon in a minute 40. So 30 seconds of solo time for the Baron could be the end of this game. Right now, Fisher trying to lay down the vision. You can see a couple wards littered around that Dragon buff, and now around this Baron, everyone looking for little bits of extra advantages that they can use to hone in on this team fight.
That single push from Weber, given the mistake from Fisher, granted that they were 4,000 gold behind, now they're just shy of 1,000. That means so much because of the amount of kills that Fisher has on the lead. Now, Weber can try to turn this back around. The time is very close to each other. It's going to go down to a very, very big, important decision, especially because your inhibitor is down, Fisher. You have to make some decisions fast, and Jigsaw might have to make one fast, going flash over the wall.
Oh no, Jigsaw, you have to run and you have to stay away. You're trying to bait out long enough to take more on the base, but that equalizer should be enough. You burn him down. But how much are you going to lose? Take a look at the mid lane. Zadox tries to hold. Top lane is now going to be pushed, so Weaver will at least be able to take the last outer of Fisher's map. At least I think so. They don't have a way. They can't actually do that. What a great catch by Fisher.
Very nicely done. There's no minion waves. The minion waves are still going back 20 seconds for the Drake, but Baron's on board.
I mean, it's there, but you don't have Jigsaw. He does have TP, so we can try and join in, but it's 30 seconds. Take a long look at these death timers. St. Daniel actually just Hextech flash over the wall. And now you're looking to just try and run interference, but the Baron is not the main priority. Remember, this is sole point right now for Fisher, and it looks like Weaver are willing to trade it out. They say, hey, this is only a mountain soul. It's not the worst thing in the world to give over, but I don't think Fisher want to give either. You can see it tested and limited, but they don't know. Weaver doesn't know that Devil the Grey is on the Dragon. This is a free take for Fisher. They deny the Baron trade, and they are going to secure soul for themselves, the first of this entire series.
Nicely done, because we saw the vision there for the side of Weber, and they couldn't see who was on the side of Fisher in those bushes. There was so much vision. Everything is blinking red for Fisher, even in the pit as well. So even if Weber tried to do something, even if they were baiting it out, they didn't know where the enemy jungler is. And being outnumbered, you really need to be certain where Devil the Grey is. They take the soul. That is such a huge lead. Massive resistances and shields going out to this Baron fight. That could easily be the one thing that turns the tides for this game. That is now on 35 minutes on the clock.
A single fight's gonna end it. I don't care what happens, and I pray it's not like a single impact. Like, I don't want to see a single kill from Fisher and then it cascades to death. I want to see that blood. I want to see the cannonballs collide, and whichever one is bigger wins. This is Zadox getting a little bit of slow. The shield is not going to be broken, so keep eyes. Sendy will be the main one to watch for the side of Weaver. Currently, 4 items deep with the stopwatch in hand. Devil the Grey has to identify that. That is going to be the problem. Take a look at the bot side, though. Ralik trying to hold off that wave. Jigsaw has that TP, and that's the other side of it, right? Jigsaw has been late to every single fight thus far. The fact that we are still in it is crazy to me. So we need to see Jigsaw be proactive, need to get those wards down, and that's why Fisher are hardcore trying to clear every single ward away, at least for the time being.
And they can do it. They had a good pressure, and because exactly of what you said, there were the two champions. Both players looking at each other there, facing each other on 1v1 on that push split in the bottom side. Dark. Both of them have TP. But yeah, as you said, everything is dark. They might be going over the pit, and there it is.
Devil the Grey is actually chasing a little bit too far. No one's there. Arrow comes out from the back line and hits Sendy. Are you kidding me? They hit Sendy. They're going to chase. They're going to look. Shockwave whips though. And in comes that Pop Blossom. Jigsaw is finally able to enter the fight. And it looks like Weaver may have found it. But no, look at the countdown. The Ashes online. Revan kiting for his absolute life. But he's at the look for it. Devil the Grey chasing in the front line. And it's going to be a shutdown. Sendy. No way. Sendy with the triple. Are you kidding me? Weaver stall out so long. They wait and wait, and Sendy is finally online. Tim TPs to the bot side to clear the wave, but Weaver may have just won themselves the game.
That was the biggest preemptive flash ever. They were hit by that crystalline arrow, but going over the wall immediately to deny the chain with that shockwave. Incredibly done. Looking at this inhibitor, down 2 members, 3
That's
members
it.
now,
It's-
and they're gonna push it.
It's over. It's over. Weaver have done it. Fisher, 2 collateral, just massive mistakes, and Weaver take advantage. Fisher fought so hard back, but Weaver pushed to 2.
They are 2-1 up against the team that had beaten them in regular season on a sweep, against the team that had just beaten St. Clair as well on a sweep in our quarterfinals. We are looking at a strong Weber that knows exactly what they want and how to execute it. I will say it wasn't just the macro in this game that they executed well. Facing that Fisher was also making very nice decisions. This fight, you said it, one fight could really make the difference for this game. And that flash, that preemptive flash from Sandy, to me, was the biggest of plays.
I've been harping on Sendy the entire time, and I said the Lucian was one that I didn't want to see. It put so much emphasis on this early game. I'm so happy that we got to see that Sivir come out. Sendy sealing the deal in the late game. Fisher have to realize that we are going to a game 4 of all things Fisher College on the back end. If you are tuning in right now, please keep watching. You are in for a banger of a series. And this is just semifinals. Keep tuning in to the ECAC. We will be right back. We are back. Game number 4. And Soph, I didn't think we'd be here. I thought we would have gone to 3-0. I think we would have gone to 2-1. But on Fisher's side, Fisher have been seen as monsters as of late. We were putting up one hell of a fight. That last game going the distance, Sendy carrying it on forward. I mean, are we going to get a game 5? That's the question.
It's very likely, to be fair. I think that's very likely. You said it, like Fisher, such powerhouses. And then Weber with the second game that was so well executed in the early game. Third game, things were more par on par, more even. Fisher actually had great control in the mid game, but Weber took control of the breaches created by Fisher with tiny mistakes, sometimes big mistakes to be fair, and they said, we just need one moment, one shot, one opportunity. You know how that goes. And they took it home.
I enjoyed it, but now we get into the nitty-gritty. We're going to a game 4. Fisher on the back foot into the corner, and they're back on blue. So keep in mind, in their game 1, they had a resounding win. That was off the back of a J4. And granted, I don't think their game 3 draft was bad. The problem is that they thought that they could do better. So this time around, we'll have to watch for it. J4 was banned away by Weber in game number 3. If they do it here as well, that'll be a big difference. The Zig's still taken away, though. Don't want to allow Tibbs or Sendy to have that.
You just said it, right? We were thinking, I don't think the Jarvan is going to come through. But then the last game, it was Fisher themselves who got the Jarvan out of the table, which is interesting, considering they were themselves on the red side. I can make some sense of it. But now Fisher is on the blue side and things could get a little different. We might see potentially the likes of the Xayah coming through with the Rakan, maybe, but I don't know if that's going to be a priority. If the Jarvan come through, it would definitely be the first pick for Fisher, as it had been in the first 2 games. But Weber, I think they are the biggest mystery so far, because we felt like some of the drafts were a little questionable, but then they proved, yeah, we know how to play like this. We know that Zadox can be an oppressive Graves, and it has been working.
The fact that the Orianna is banned out, by the way, gives a whole lot of respect to Weber's side. Frolic did not have the best game. Let's be honest here, a lot of missed shockwaves, which, granted, in messy team fights, it's hard. But they are still scared of the threat. Banning that one away leaves a lot open. We do see the Graves, the Rumble, the likes still being available, and you still give away that factor of that J4, but the Graves being banned away now signals to Weber, hey, you do have to ban that J4. Both comforts are now off of that table.
I just feel like both teams were like, yeah, for sure. That's
Yeah.
the one. And then and it just makes sense, right? Actually, I would be a little disappointed with Fisher if they didn't get the Graves out of the table. I understand a little unorthodox sometimes, and sometimes a little too risky, but it's not too risky for Weber. They have been performing incredibly well. I'm not surprised to see the Rakan first pick. I think it makes sense, but I don't know if they're going to try to prioritize the Xayah. Now, Weber, though, says, no, you're not going to prioritize her. We are taking her.
And the difference here is Fisher still have to lead into this kind of ADC position of we still need a little bit go forward, because against the likes of a Xayah, you actually do like to run that Ashe and Caitlyn, right? You want to try and outrange, you want to try and kind of poke them down in lane and keep them down. In this instance, with the Rakan, I don't think you can really do that. You have to get a little bit closer. You have to utilize that knock-up ability, and you're going to try and work your way through. Fisher, though, taking bits and pieces out of Weber's content and just say, hey, this is ours now. You drafted the Ahri before, you drafted the Rakan before, we'll take those bits. And now we're going to add in a little bit of flair of our own. It may not be an Alistar, but the Kaisa from game 1 worked wonders, and Weber, they said you left it open. We'll take it this time around.
Yeah, and Jigsaw is gonna he's gonna be on that Urgot for the first time in a series. Has been constantly banned or just going on the Aatrox, which has been working well in regards to split pushes this past few games. I feel like it's interesting when you go Fisher choosing blue side, going Rakan first pick, they know they're going to be playing against the Xayah, right? So it's nice to see that they are drafting exactly for that, because in this case you have so much access to the backline that you can get to the Xayah. Even if she goes into the Featherstorm, you're still going to be in a good way to get to her, especially now taking away the Nautilus from the pool as a support for Weber. So is the Thresh, so minor options now for the Xayah to actually have someone to protect her.
I mean, you grab what Fisher took last time, right? The hover of the Alistar, they're going to go ahead and cycle that one in, and I think it's still appropriate. Now for Fisher, the other side is, what do you want to take against that Urgot? You had to know this was going to happen. You had to know that you're going to be facing off here. It's a big question mark. What's even crazier is we're now leaving the jungle picks all the way to the very end. Mind you, both Fisher and Weaver were opting for the jungles outright in rounds 1 and 2. And this time around, you drop down for the side of Fisher. They say, hey, listen, Devil to Gray, there's not much that can actually catch you. If you can kite well, you're actually going to be free firing, right? You see it there? No. No. Are we going to see this again? Oh, Topo. Topo, please, no. This is...
Do not. You're
They
basing
do. Oh, my gosh.
We weren't so if you just tuned in, we weren't very much happy with the performance there from Cho'Gath. I feel like it wasn't just the performance, but also the pick on its own. There wasn't much protection, there isn't much that the Cho'Gath can do in the early game, and we were abused of it. Now, they, with themselves picking out the jungler last, now the Lee Sin, because the Graves was out of the table, that is the only 2 champions that Zadox has been playing in this series so far. And now there is a lot of access to deny the Cho'Gath once again.
And the fact that you also have that Dragon Kick to kick out the likes of that Kindred, you know, you can punt them out of that Lamb's Respite. You can go ahead, punt away the likes of the Kai'Sa. There's so much ability with this Lee Sin. And I will go back to it. Zadox has had a phenomenal series from games after game 1. You run back games 2 and 3, look great on that Graves. And then Sendy now as well on that Xayah, given a little bit more agency right there. It feels like Weber, over the course of this entire series, has looked better and better for Fisher. I don't want to say desperation. I really don't, because I don't think it's desperation. But they feel confident in this Cho'Gath pick. They feel confident in this pick style that is leaning a little bit more towards that early steamrolling to be able to get them over that mid-game hump, where the Kindred still needs to scale up, where that Cho'Gath needs to scale up. So getting into this game, Fisher are hard locked with the scalar type of game, and we'll see what they can do. On to the Rift. Weaver on that red side. One more game to seal themselves into the grand finals. Fisher want a game 5.
Just close. Very close for both teams, Orbital. Much higher stakes for Weaver getting into grand finals, and Fisher trying to deny that possibility. We are looking at a Cho'Gath that didn't quite perform super well when they were played on the Rift, but now something's different. There's no Jarvan, there's no Vi, it's a Kindred. So things, as we know for Kindreds, the marks are a little bit of a gamble. So we'll see where it's going to be, if it's going to be on the size of constellations aligning on the sky for the Kindred to have a good early game. But overall, what this team does have for Fisher is backline access. The Cho'Gath, though, still feels a little bit dislocated.
They're just off on their side. They're chilling, doing their own thing. There are so many things that we have to watch for, as well as Topo and Jexor in the top side actually leaving this Urgot open. We really have to watch for it, right? Jexor has, again, been the mainstay, been really on point, except for game number 3. Now on one of their favorite champions, if not their most unique champion. If that gets rolling, all of a sudden Topo is in a bad spot. But Devil to Gray immediately hunting for an invade. What a shakeup. A call being made but spotted out now means Zadox has a chance to rebuttal. And there are the pings. We can see the quick pin in. This is dangerous. This is a problem. Devil to Gray. I don't think you're going to like this shot over the wall as Devil to Gray shows off. And it's only level 1, so there's no real knockup. With the help of the rest of Team Fisher are running out Weaver in their own jungle, but a flash knockup of 3. Devil to Gray is taking quite low. Relic coming over the wall. Not sure you're gonna be able to help, but first blood goes your way, and the charm lands.
Wait, how?
Sendy can't get the kill.
What?
Sword Blue's still alive. No, this is disaster for the likes of Weaver. The invade works in Fisher's favor.
How
Flash
did that
in,
even
another
happen?
little pop, and
Oh, so
I don't think
close.
Tibbs is done. Oh, Zadox is hunting. Zadox wants one more pinch. Devil to Gray has
Oh,
to
goes
run.
the
I don't think you want to
wrong
stay
way.
there. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You look and you see and you hit. That's going to be the kill. At least it's one
And
back,
shut
but Fisher
down.
still take
Wow.
2.
That's insane. Fisher does take 2, but the shutdown goes to Zadox, the person who's been most prominent in the map here for Weaver. I will say, when I saw that fight starting out for Fisher, I was gonna spell it desperation. I really was. And then all of a sudden you have Ralik going over the wall, getting a charm, getting the W going, and then suddenly it became a good fight. I still don't know how that happened.
Oh my
to be
gosh.
fair.
Oh my
Wait,
gosh.
what? Hold on.
This is not looking good right now. This is a very large problem because I don't know who's actually winning. That's another knockup, by the way, and Jexor actually ate minion damage as the problem, and it ended up with a win. So when all's said and done, Fisher for the first time a very early lead of 1K and 3 kills.
Yeah. Well, they were all very risky, wouldn't you say? The invade, risky. Going out solo there, Devil the Grey, very risky. Now, Topo, that has a difference from the last game, right? They can be more aggressive. They have the TP, even if it does go down badly. Looking at the bottom side, very aggressive is Saint Daniel. But so far, they can't really make anything out of it, as that jungler is just resetting. But looking at Devil the Grey, they're going for top side.
I think they're going to be able to set themselves up quite nicely. As again, this is Jexor getting baited in. Topo just has to run away, and there is no flash. This is Fisher slowly walking their way to a lead bot side. St. Daniel is trying to get his stun off. Revan has to use a cleanse and just flashes away. So Fisher now get a mark on Devil to Grey, and things are stacking up nicely for this hyper carry.
Well, they really are, but look at Zadox as well, going on to Devil the Grey. They have a dash over the wall, gets a ward as well.
Oh, good sidestep. Devil to Grey missing out and able to sidestep that Q.
Very nicely done. I feel like I wasn't expecting for Fisher to be playing this way, and maybe Weaver wasn't expecting it either. It might be throwing them off track a little bit. There's quite a lot of damage going on to Revan on this bottom lane. Then Sandy gets the knock up here on the ADC. Sword Blue, you have to retreat. There's still some damage that comes out from these feathers, especially with Tibbs coming out from mid lane.
And it was so well spotted. Fisher understood that Tibbs had left lane. Rollick didn't really have him in check, so you have to get the ward over. But now they get an invade, right? Devil to Grey spotting out this slight attempt at their own jungle, but has already cleared out a majority share of the wards. But Zadox actually going straight for this dragon, and I'm not sure he actually wants to do this. Okay, you are fine. You're going to try and sink this one away. Devil to Grey, none the wiser.
No wards in the pit. There's some vision solely from the side of Weaver. Very nicely done there. Recognizing there was some breach that could be exploited. With that, we're looking at a Weaver that knows how to take advantage of those early pressures in regards to lane management. That's what the bot lane was doing. St. Daniel and Sandy so advanced in lane that could attract some sort of attention for the enemy jungler to divert the attention for bottom side instead of Drake, while also getting even more pressure in regards to map control on this bottom side. Even more vision for Weaver, guaranteeing them their first Drake.
Feels good, man. A little bit of gold back and a little bit of power back in your pocket. Also opens up the Ocean Dragon, so might be looking at another Mountain or Infernal. A little bit of craziness, a little bit of fun. Devil to Grey go. Devil to Grey, though, I can talk, don't worry, is now invading once again, trying to hop in, trying to get a little bit of information, and this has been the main goal that they did, I believe, in Game 1 as well, right? Stall out Zadox, keep Zadox in the dark. Don't let this player really have a handle on the game. You see it there, the jungle's completely here, so Zadox doesn't really have a reason to stay here. I know the buff is coming up in just a second, but it can be quite challenging. Bot side is okay, but I really want to see this top side jungle matchup here. It's going to be a dance. It's going to be the call. Pop Blossom goes out, and now they're going to chase Tibbs. Has to flash away, but the chase from Rollick is going to be good. Double Gray, though, gets pinched, and that's a draw. What a Fear Beyond Death snipe. Tibbs is going to go down, but the follow-up might be good. Lex Jexor going to stand right in the middle, trying to fire off with those shotgun knees, but so far it is quiet. Dash over the wall, another little snap, and Topo's a little bit stuck. That's going to be a nice buffer, though, and you get the flash out of Rollick. I don't think you're going to win this one. On the bot side, Sendy wins, and Rollick is gone. Rollick is dead. Topo going to try and turn it around, gets the feast, and Topo gets a kill, and that draws Rollick. The danger is away as Jexor can't follow. The chase on chase on chase on chase leaves everyone kind of abashed. And Sendy is the one that actually got the kill on the bot side.
And looking again, it's Devil the Grey going on to Topper trying to escape. But
my
Jexor
gosh.
is going to be taken down much easily here for Fisher. I will say that fight was won basically on dodges and potions for Fisher. That's just what it was, right?
Just chug the entire time, bait as much as you can, and I mean, overall, it's messy. At the end of the day, this is by far the messiest early game we've seen between these two teams, and it's because Fisher are pushing the pace. Devil Gray now doesn't really have much, does have the flash, but you're taking chances here. This is Zadox wandering in, and now takes aggro over this Herald, and no one else in the vicinity, so Devil Gray loses out on this objective. Painful time here as Weaver are starting to gather a bit of an advantage, even though they're down in gold.
It's been kind of a constant for Fisher, I would say, starting our objectives when it's not that great for them to be doing so. They didn't have much vision, they didn't have track on Zadox, and that's basically what happens. They were alone, there was backup, there was Saint Daniel and Jexor going out to the Herald. They say thank you very much, then the Herald is ours. Now Weaver once again, coming from the back foot of last game, they have the Drake, they have the Herald, and this is how Weaver can transform a difficult game in regards to kills into something much more successful for mid-game.
I think that's where they're looking. They're more than happy to focus a little bit further out than just this early game. On the bot side, though, Revan waiting for this wave to stack up. They're going to try and freeze it here. Give time for Devil Gray to have a little bit more farm. By the way, I would like to keep count of how many stacks Devil Gray currently has. I think they're sitting on about 3. Nope, only 1. Wow. Okay, so that was only 1 on the top side, by the way. I think they got a kill on Zadox was the only one that they got so far. Rallick, though, really going to have some trouble in this mid lane. Doesn't have a kill on the CS up, but it'll be fun to watch as we now get this chase into the bot side. Zadox hunting for a chance, and this dive could be massive. You can hear the pings going down. They smell something in that water. The wave being pressured in. Do they try and wait? No, that'll be the recall. Aggression abated.
Yeah, I think it would have been risky. There's still like the idea that the Herald is not going to take down the tower. It's going to be a couple of platings. Yes, you don't really know where Devil the Grey is at this point. I think it's a safe call is a better call. But Orbital, overall, we mentioned how it's important for the Kindred to have those marks in the early game. Having just one, that is delaying the Kindred heavily. And on top of that, we talked about how the constellations had to align for those scuttlecrafts to be on the right side of the map. They weren't. Not just they weren't, but they didn't get the first Drake of the game. This time around, though, they got the scuttlecraft. They got pretty much all the vision, but they are standing on a ward. You probably noticed that was the case. So the Blue still has the blast going over the wall. And now it looks like Fisher is going to get that first streak of the game for themselves.
First streak for them, second of the game, right?
Yes.
All right. My brain was lost. And we actually do have a Cloud Drake, so this is going to be one of the more boring ones. I say that, but, you know, some people love it. Yeah, but top side will be the Herald drop as Jexor and Silent Lullaby. Zadox are trying to break this down. And remember, Topo has actually been the one that they pinched on quite heavily throughout games 1 and 2. This time around, 2-0 and 3. It's still a Cho'Gath, right? It can still be bullied around, even though you got some kills. So I think they're going to try and rush this first tower. Oh, Jexor trying to get this plate. There it is. Finally got that plate down.
Yeah, that's good. That's definitely good. It's something that we didn't really see in the previous games of this matchup. Weber is now getting platings on their own without the Herald. That's a big difference. Getting the extra gold is going to help them very much, because right now we're looking at Zadox being the Lee Sin. They want to get so much pressure around the map, but they are solely sitting on that 1 kill, 1 assist. That is kind of low on the expectations that you want to have for a Lee Sin, especially when you, in theory, we have such a lead onto top or onto the Cho'Gath. But now the Cho'Gath is 2-0-3, so a couple of things looking a little different than what we would have predicted. There you go. And on top of that, they're also ahead on CS. So again, Fisher setting up for a good mid game, but Weber can turn things around if they utilize well these platings into resources that they have accumulated.
And that is going to land squarely, I think, on the likes of Weaver, right? Weaver and Zadox were the ones that collected a lot. In that top side, only one has fallen on Fisher's side in the mid and bot side, so it's not like you're looking at Tibbs and Sendy to really have that type of influence with the plates. And instead, it is going to be Jexor, who is now building up, has that Kindle Gem in pocket, and as well as Caulfield's Warhammer. So they go ahead and carry those two along with the Colt in hand. So this is a lot pressured into the top side. They know Jexor is the main target, but Fisher, I'm not sure, realize they're actually getting spotted here. That is going to be the root. Nice buffer by Jexor, and now it's a pinch. 3 versus 4, and Jexor just waiting it out. Has to be a jump forward, and now the Pop Blossom behind. Lives Respite is able to survive, but the Fear Beyond Death ensures their doom. Toppa trying to run for their life, but the collapse is too good from Weaver's side. Sendy goes up with a Feather Storm and draws him right back with a stun. Disaster strikes Fisher as they are all dead. Sword Blue has to flash away, but the kick on the top side. It is Zadox to claim that kill, and it's 3-0 for Weaver.
And Weber with the relocation so preemptively calculated, had the numbers advantage. There was no Raven, no ADC for Fisher to try to fight on that group. But Sandy was there, and we saw Sandy, how they were important in the previous game. Now the Xayah on their hands, the Xayah that has been out of the table, is putting work. Now 1, and 2, not collecting that much of that kill participation, but definitely necessary in regards to damage per second on that team fight on the top lane. I am looking at the likes of Jexor right now. That was very much behind, now on 3-3-0. It was dying the same times as they have killed people, but getting a bounty to their name. Things are gonna get a little more spicy towards the top side as we have a next Herald to be taken.
And I think for Jexor, you're actually okay with that, right? Like, you don't really care how many times you die as long as you're trading it out. You're going to get tanky, you're going to shred through Topo, and you're going to be fine. Topo actually taking a very dangerous route, doesn't have flash, and the fact that you're wandering this says that you're still hunting for a fight. Keep in mind, your bot lane is still bot side. So really, it was just trying to push them off. You're not going to have it. We were instead realizing that they just lost Jexor, who we said needs those trade kills. So Herald for bot side is a big shakeup. Fisher wondering if they can get some more.
Can they get some more? There's 50% on this top tier, on this bot tier 1. There's still 44 seconds for the Drake to spawn. And I'm wondering, where is Weaver going to place their Herald they just collected? Orbital, I would say that mid lane would be the best option at this point. We have switched lanes already, so now we're looking at St. Daniel here on the mid lane, especially when the Xayah comes along. There's going to be great push potential coming from the both bot laner. If they can get this Herald here, that would open up the jungle so wide open, so well for them, and Weaver could have that upper, at least diversion to go for the Drake themselves. They're now spawning on 10 seconds.
And those 10 seconds are going to be crucial as topside is already taken. That means that Topo is allowed to roam out free. A little bit of a dance to try and draw Sword Blue's ult out, or at least get a little bit extra. With Topo free, this is going to be that difference. Keep in mind, Jexor went up to fight it. Mid lane is going to fall, but that'll be the finisher. Devil to Grey, remember, 5, 3, and 2 has looked like a beast. And we do get a pause, so a little bit of difficulty there. But with this all in mind, we are seeing Weaver start to push out in terms of plays, but Fisher leading in the kill department.
Sometimes go well and like solo kills, solo queues, and solo kills, they sometimes don't matter as much. I feel like there are 2,000 gold that Fisher is ahead, and it comes down to how well they have been able to farm consistently on all lanes. We have a lead on the top side, we have a lead on the jungle, we have a lead on all lanes. I was gonna point them out individually, but there's no need. All lanes are ahead on CS, and that makes the biggest difference because there have been 2 heralds taken by Weber. They got the amount of platings they did on the top side, and they're trading bigger objectives for these kills that have been collected by Fisher individually around the map. Now we're looking at Weaver once again, and they're positioning for an early Drake. And if they can get this without a fight, that would be the best case scenario for Weber. Now, does Fisher decide to contest it? Can they have enough? The Kindred is 5-3-2, so maybe they do.
I just really like watching that mid lane tower fall. It's really, really cool.
That's
Of course.
satisfying.
Yes, it is. With the Herald as well, you want to get something out of it. So for the likes of Weaver, you're fighting against time, right? Topo and Devil the Grey are starting to become a powerhouse battery for the likes of Fisher to work with. So you need these dragons, right? You need to go ahead and keep moving there. And also, by the way, shout out to our production. Leighton as well as K-Tad really putting on a fantastic show for us. I mean, League Spectator is its own beast, right? So really putting up with those. However, on the top side, we are watching this difference as Topo draws in the likes of Tibbs, realizes that Tibbs may have bitten off more than they could chew, and it's Devil the Grey to get yet another stack for themselves.
But this, again, Orbital translates what I mentioned. There was a Drake taken by Weber, while there was just a kill taken on the top side. It was a kill taken on the top side by Fisher, then a Drake by Weber. Another kill on the top side, and then what converts out of that? They didn't apply damage on that top tier 2. They didn't take the tier 2. They didn't take tier 1 in the mid lane. What exactly are they accumulating and accomplishing from these kills while Weaver is gathering and holding on those resources for objectives that really make a big difference when we're going into mid game? Now almost 18 minutes. I feel like both teams are kind of scattered around the map, but Weber feels a little more cohesive in their objectives.
I think I can get behind that one, right? They do feel a little bit more cohesive. They feel a little bit more like they're in the buddy system, right? You can see Zadok kind of wandering around wherever Urgot goes, and Jexor is like, okay, please get me a little bit of help. They're kind of focusing me here. You're still also looking for Jexor. You're praying to finish up that goal as quickly as possible, get the extra gold and finish up your components, because you already had the Black Cleaver. On Fisher's side, I think they are coordinated, right? But they're not playing around the buddy system or anything like that. They're literally playing around Devil the Grey, right? You need to get Devil the Grey further ahead. You need them to be able to hang into their own. And you also need a body block, right? The better you have of the likes of Devil the Grey stronger,
oh God,
you're going to have a better time, because this can happen and you are in danger. That's a catch and a half. Look at the routing. Rollick getting routed by Tibbs. And that's going to be a kick and punt. That's going to be the Lamb's respite to cut them out. But Devil the Grey does survive. Relic living for a while, too. And this looks like danger on the back end. That's going to be Zadok's taken out very quickly. But the fight back leaves Jexor in a nice route. But Fisher are working their wonders. The Sendy flashes forward. The feathers fly free. And it's Weaver to take a proactive fight. Topo, you can't do anything. The shotgun knees cutting through your HP. And you are going to survive. But what a messy fight. Weaver, take 3.
It was a massive fight, but it spoke success for Weber, at least in my eyes, from the get-go. We saw, as you were saying, Orbital, Devil the Grey needing to be ahead. No vision in that jungle, and Weaver said, this is fine. We can take this fight, and if we find anyone, we have backup. We have Shadow, and it's what we've mentioned, how they're playing together. Just buddies along the way. Working wonders, having that Blossom there on Tibbs, getting the shockwave, not the shockwaves, the sonic waves from Zedox really well, and things connect while things are not connecting for Fisher, and the support are taken down. Sword Blue is now respawning. Oh my god.
Oh no. And I mean, mistake after mistake after mistake. Devil the Grey finds a snipe on Zadox, and this is a problem, right? These teams are starting to slip up, and you don't want that to happen. Jexor are now getting caught on their own side of the map. You have to run away, but look at the slows, look at the pinch, look at the moves. TB in the back line as Sendy and St. Daniel had to run. Whoa. And this is Fisher to fight back. Now a double knockup lands as Topo eats him up. for breakfast. St. Daniel is going to fall as well as the Saint is now praying for a lifeline. Fisher, it started to look messy a little bit longer, but it looks like Weaver may have thrown a bit too far. Baron taken for Fisher.
Well, if that was for breakfast, I would love some pancakes to accompany that. Tibbs is going to try to get something done, but there is the Rakan to top them out. They can't do anything, and they might even pay for their lives.
If there's one thing I know Fisher can do, it's chase kills. They can fight to their heart's content, and they're doing it so well. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes have passed. We are looking at a 5K lead, and Fisher are saying we are not done. We will be the ones to push to a game 5. We are the ones that are looking towards that finish line. And Weaver, they can smell it, but they need to shore up their defenses. Because Tibbs, in the previous games, has looked immaculate, has had an amazing amount of kills, and really been impactful. But right now, 0-3-7 may not be having the game that they really like.
Yeah, definitely far from it. But we're looking at 13 seconds for the next Drake to spawn. That one who would get both teams onto 2 or soul point for Weaver. They're going to have to fight for it. Their Zadox might be getting cut off.
Oh, looks like Jexor should be there, but the knockback is going to land. Kicks everyone back, but now Jexor is going to be eaten. I mean, there's nothing more that you can say on the far side, though. I mean, Zadox, you're trying to run, but you don't really have a way out, so you're just dead on the other side of the map. And Fisher cut you down, ropes him in, net and all. And Weaver had to give up this dragon.
Fantastic flank, but not just that. The fact that Topper was holding out 3 people from Weaver there. Very nicely done, because Weaver could have done the Drake by themselves while they were chasing out onto Zadox. But no, Topper was there. And now they're big. They are empirically big. And with this Shogath now be much more useful than it was in the previous game, I feel like this is the moment where they can make this Baron useful as well. T2 in the mid lane is going to get taken down. There might be another one falling in the bot side.
This is Fisher realizing that they need to close this one out now. They just want to be done with this game. They don't want any other mess ups. We are looking at, by far, one of the largest gold leads that we've seen so far. 8K at only 23 minutes is an insane number considering how close the teams have been in prior matchups. Weaver realizing that they're on the back end of this stick. I'm kind of curious how they're willing to kind of fight back. And I mean, Soph, if you're taking a look at them, where do they need to find these fights? What are we looking at for them to come back?
I feel like they've managed to get some team fights working out to their favor. And massively, it would mean Devil the Drake. That's just the target on their head. There is a mark that Kindred has on other people. They have a target on their head as well. And I feel like that must be the biggest of focuses. Not just because as a jungler, you take out the smite potential and finishing our objectives, but also because, gosh, 9-4-4, this Kindred is hitting like a truck. The DPS is insane. And flanks could be just the one thing that takes a Weaver over the edge. But Fisher is not interested in giving them any chance whatsoever.
And this is what Topo wished the previous games went to, right? Like this is a Cho'Gath that you wish you had earlier, and it's just free farming all day long. With that kill, Rollick is allowed to push his top lane, and this one is feeling wrapped up here. Fisher want to close this one out. The Urgot has been silenced, and Weaver are in desperate times. They're gonna be looking for one last stand if they can.
And it's interesting as well because it was mostly because of how Toppo played actually by themselves. And that's the confidence, the vote of confidence you gave Toppo on the Cho'Gath. Now 5-1-7.
This is going to be a catch though, headbutt, but you can't get the knock-up. And that's surprising in its own right. St. Daniel actually drops that combo, and now Sendy is in trouble, taken down to about a quarter HP. Rollick is actually chasing in the back, but this is going to be a force. Inhibitor tower taken quite low. Another knock-up in the back line. Topo says, hey, I can be a menace. That's going to be a jump in. Beautiful charm, time to perfection as Zadox goes down. In goes the Pop Blossom, but only catches one. And that's going to be Sword Blue, more than willing to be sheathed for this fight.
Yeah, but they're still looking for more. Fisher trying to get, now with the minions coming out for the wave. The inhibitor turret might be gone just soon enough. Devil the Grey over the wall.
Oh, it's so easy. Devil the Grey with this Kindred is hunting for a win. Lamb's Respite will keep him alive. But I think the damage has been done. Inhibitor is going to fall. They don't have the HP left. And they will walk their way out. But the damage is nigh unstoppable. 11,000 gold for Fisher.
And both side lanes are also pushed for Fisher. If they wanted, they could have tried to divert attention on both sides, but it's better just to be a little more preserved on how you push those lanes. Wait for it to get to the mid place there on every lane, and then push it once again. Just make the enemy be fighting and be farming on side lanes every single time. There is TPs on every player. We're looking at this little fight here. They're getting annihilated. The super minions, they're racking havoc in this game. And the W there from the Kai'Sa. I don't think it actually hit, to be fair. It was just out of range. Very, very funny. But Blossom going on to Relic, and it doesn't even matter.
It's just so easy. Right, they make it look so simple, and I know it's anything but, because Tibbs has honestly had a fantastic series as well. There have been moments where both teams shine, and it's just one team outdoing the other, so we'll see what they can do. Right now, a minute left on this Dragon. That kill is crucial as Tibbs is kind of wondering what's going to happen next. And honestly, Weber, I'm trying to look for an out right now, but Baron is looking like the next course of action, and Weaver get one shot at this. If Zadox is able to steal, that's great, but I mean, they might have to sacrifice their life. It started up.
Yeah, maybe that's gonna be what it takes. But we'll see, as the Baron, as you said, is on the rift. That's all blue, zoning them around. Zedox wanting to get that flank, has that pink ward in a pit, but there is a Shogath and Devil the Grey with his might.
Oh, but there's going to be the knock. They got to stop the Baron, and I think that's the right call. It's still down to 4K, but that's going to be the Charm Sword Blue keeping him out of the pit, and it looks like it's a done deal. Silent, I mean, you can't get in. Zadox has to run away. Well played by Fisher, not allowing that smite contest to go off.
Yeah, no contest here. There's no 50-50. There's only 100%, because we are going to take the Baron, and with that, we're going to get us into Game 5. That's what Fisher is saying.
Yes, Game 5 on the rise. Sendy stepping up. Looked great in the early game, but mid to late, the beast, the monstrosity of Topo. Level 16. A disgusting beast to get through. The raid buff standing firm. And you can't defeat this squad. Fisher rolling their way in straight through the front door. And what could be one of the deja vu moments of game number 1. Fisher want to end this game. Pop Blossom in the backline will do little to no damage. The burst comes out as a kick in the back line only brings out the Lamb's Respite. Weaver with one last attempt fall. One by one. And towers do the same. It is going to be Jexor to be watching from the graveyard. Sendy trying their best, but the inhibitors, the Nexus, have collapsed, and it is Fisher to finish it off. They will push to a Game 5, play that Silver Scrapes.
This is early semifinals, ECAC. This is early semifinals, if you can't even believe it. And the big team that Fisher is finally getting this into Game 5 after Weber really put all their strategies to the test, bringing them to their limits. Now 2-2 on the series. Wow, I feel like the Kindred really was something that made a difference in regards to the gameplay and how they wanted to go about things. Totally different from a Jarvan or a Vi. You're not going into the backline for getting control in the map. You are going into the backline because you're going to assassinate people, and that is something that I don't think Weber was expecting.
I don't think they were either. Right now, Fisher in this Game 4 look cleaner than they had in Games 2 and 3, and I'm wondering how much they're going to carry over, because Topo had a fantastic game on that Cho'Gath, proving us wrong here in this series. I'm waiting to see what Game 5 will bring, so go ahead and play the Silver Scrapes if you can. Of course, I'm not sure that would actually be appropriate. But we are going to a Game 5, the finale here today, and also on the main stream. It's also going to Game 5, so everyone tune in, because we got some bangers. We'll see you in a bit. All right, we are back, and I'm dead tired a little bit. Like, I feel for the players that are going to a game 5, and what's crazy is we have gotten quieter throughout the series. Games 2 and 3, very bloody, very messy. Moving into game 4, Fisher felt way more in control. And you and I were talking about it, so we were talking about the fact that it really came down to that early game invade that just happened to go the way of Fisher.
Yeah, and it was kind of a coin toss, I will say, because it was super close, very, very clutch. But one thing that we both agreed was that having that flash over the wall from the Ari into a charm really made the biggest difference. Because if I'm not mistaken, they had W and the charm, so there was a little bit of damage there as well coming out through. And gosh, it was so close anyway that if the Ari wasn't there, it would have been Weber's. And to be fair, I thought it was going to be, because looking at the Kindred being so aggressive, especially when they weren't really on the side to go for a mark fight, they were just like preemptively of the preemptive, and sometimes it's a little too much. It worked out, so it was a gamble that paid off in the end.
It's a gamble that they'll have to make one more time here as Weaver are on that blue side. And as you can see, as we get into these bans, some things change, some things drastically change, some things are stable rock through the draft. One of those is a Poppy. The other one that's quickly becoming true is the Graves from Fisher. You can't get that one over to Zadox. The other one that you're looking at is the Lee Sin, but I think the Lee Sin was easily controllable by Fisher's side. The Orianna ban, though, surprisingly enough, Weaver do not want to put emphasis on that in the early game, so instead they choose to ban it out.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I feel like having now the side swapped again, so Fisher had the blue side, they went for not banning out the Xayah, having the Rakan first pick, forcing out the Xayah to be picked for Weber instead. There was a little bit of a mind game going on. Now, not the case. Weber is going to ban out the Rakan themselves, and Fisher finishing it off with the Kha'Zix that has been constant as well. I will say that I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lee Sin coming through. No, not Lee Sin. Yeah, Lee Sin for Weber. But for Fisher to see something on the sorts of that Jarvan. But no, Weber knows better.
It's the fact that we lost it for games 3 and 4, and now they go ahead and pick it back up. It's very interesting. However, for Fisher saying, hey, listen, that Ari on Tibbs was way too dangerous. We need to keep that one away. Tibbs will most likely default into that Nico, which is still a very nice melting pot here. But again, Game 5s is where we see the culmination of the previous matches, the previous chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4. We now get to see it open up into its entirety. The conclusion of this bloodbath has now drawn 4 specific champions. Number 1 is that J4, and then the Ari, and then the Kindred, and then the Nico. I wouldn't be surprised to also see an Ashe thrown in there. Maybe looking at the likes of that Varus, right, on that blue side was great. However, you and I had discussed, we're not really sure about that Radiant Virtue. I understand it's strong, but maybe not so much if you don't have the right support. Fisher, though, now you take a look at those ADCs. Might want to get some of those off the board.
Definitely overdue. And I feel like, yeah, when you have that build path going for a Varus, you heavily rely on having your teammates doing more damage. The Nico can suffice. The Cataclysm and the damage going out for Davenport can also help, but I would like to see something different for the Varus, just going more towards the traditional ADC, more damage focused, even lethality if that were to be the case, or just going Ginsu's. But looking at Fisher now getting the Aatrox out of the table that was played several times by Jigsaw, so things are going to be a little more focused for the Ornn matchup that we know Topo is going to play.
The interesting thing here, that I know you already called out, you know, Topo taking that Ornn, but there's a few more repercussions to that. As we get to see these bans come out a little bit towards the top side, a little bit towards that bot, Fisher have actually opted to fully condense their bot lane into a single draft phase, which is very weird to me because they've been so hard identified, especially on the red side. You normally want to leave that up to a mid or top side, you know, get that really big impact on the solo lanes. Here you're actually drawing a lot of emphasis into that support role, and that's very surprising to see. So the idea that Fisher are saying, hey, Sendi's actually becoming too much of a menace. We can't allow that to really get a perfect lane matchup. And this still is a very safe lane, right? Weber opting to go for that Braum hover and lock in. But for Fisher saying, hey, that support has to be our big linchpin, I personally dislike watching a lot of teams draft that support as 5th round. I mean, I know it can bring impact, but this time around, I'm not so sure about it.
Yeah, I think you have a great point, and to be fair, what we've seen from Fisher and this matchup so far, okay, maybe a Tom Kench coming from Weaver. Oh, it is. It's going to be locked in, and it looks like it's going to be a Tom Kench top lane. But as I was mentioning here for Fisher, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Alistar again, but they're looking to go for a Senna. I feel like this makes more sense, but at the same time, as it makes the team so incredibly squishy, aside from Topper, it's going to be the case. So there's a lot of heavy artillery damage, especially because you also have the Kindred, like a quote-unquote ADC as well in the jungle. I don't know how I feel about it. Very squishy.
And the fact that you also have basically a glimpse into what your future is like, right? Let's talk about this, because Delta Grey is not on the J4 anymore, right? No more J4, has to go with the Kindred, squishy. I agree with that. The problem is the fact that you picked a squishy lane matchup into what Zadox can do. And remember, Zadox has been kind of gifted this strength in games 1 and I believe in games 2 and 3, we saw Zadox really gifted this ability to carry, be able to carry on forward with the Graves and all. This time around, you have the J4 that can manufacture leads, specifically in this bot lane if you so wish. We are getting onto the Rid for the final time tonight. And by the way, for anyone tuning in, there is so much going on over on the main Esports U Twitch. There is currently a game 5 going on there as well. So if you want to have both up, go ahead and get all the action, because it is crazy here tonight. Over there, I believe, is in the finals of the ECC, so even crazier there. So, but getting back into this, sorry, I just want to point that out. Fisher have opted and said, we are strong enough in this bot lane on our own. We can fight without worry, and we will take whatever Zadox can throw at us. Weber on the other side has to realize that. I want to see Zadox punish this bot lane egotism, right? This kind of, I don't want to say overconfidence by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it is confidence to pick very immobile bot lane members.
And to pair up with the information you already brought, Orbital, we also have the confirmation that Colombia won IWU on a sweep, being the first team to be confirmed on Grand Final. So whoever wins this Game 5 here is going to be facing Colombia in the Grand Finals. Okay, so we have both teams going for this 3-stack in the leashing of the red buff and the blue buff, so both junglers on the same side of the map. Again, there is a big moment that the early game is for Devil the Grey being the Kindred, wherever this first mark spawns.
And that's the fight that's always fun to see. It's like, are you gonna like you said earlier, right? It is that the stars align. Of course, right now, it's the other side of Zadox making sure that they don't get punished out too hard, but Sendy really seeing some fun here. Gets poked out quite early on, and that's kind of the difference, right? Sword Blue and Revan maybe getting a not-so-fun gank. We talked about the fact that they are squishy, and a level 2 can come in. They still only hit level 2 right now, but in comes this fight. Sword Blue, there's no real way out. You have to run, and you'll sacrifice your own life. But man, was that telegraphed, but Fisher lose on that first death.
It's so telegraphed, I agree, Orbital, and having no vision there was the one ward wasn't a tri-bush, but then the very well-chosen path there by Zadox to go through the river, avoid the ward, go through the fog of war, getting that flank, very nicely done. At the same time, Sword Blue, don't waste your flash like that. You knew we were gonna die. It's okay. just die. Don't give away your summoner spell as well. But now we're looking at Fisher being more aggressive, actually going with Topper onto this blue buff. There's the backup coming out from Weber, and their attempts are going to go to a hole.
Oh no, Tibbs. Tibbs, you're not enjoying this one, but you set it up perfectly. That's going to be the root and the knockup. Topo stuck in this back corner. They do get away and get the knockup on the Tom Kench, but I think the slaps are still there. Rollick flashing forward for another charm. The gray health is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. It's going to come down to a game of inches. Topo cannot get knocked up, so you still get the trade kill. But how much more are you going to lose? Devil to Gray running for their life. And all the hullabaloo, it is going to be Topo to take that kill. Only assist to the side of Jexler.
It was a 1-for-1.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
bot side, what is this?
Ooh. Sendy winning out. The concussive blows are just too good, and the brutal behind causes Revan and Sword Blue to be very, very squishy.
Well, you don't even care that you are a melee Braum against the two ranged. You know you can get stuns onto squishies, and you can take kills, and you can take names. I feel like what was a little bit wonky for Fisher in that gank there in the mid lane, that was, of course, first Topper and Devil the Grey going onto the blue buff on the side of Weber, trying to convert that into something else. Didn't quite land. Then there's the return comeback from Weber themselves, but they already had Tibbs, Jexor, and Zadox on that play, so it was 3v2. But then when you have Ralik coming in, maybe they were a little concerned of getting the CS in the lane, but they arrived a little too late, right? That was still a 1-for-1, but if they were there from the beginning, I feel like Fisher would have won that without casualties.
That's a scary thought, right? This final game is a game of inches that both teams need to recognize. So we'll watch those inches claw back and forth. About 1,000 gold to Weaver right now, and a lot of that's on Sendy, who, again, throughout the series, we haven't really put a lot of priority on that bot side early on, but this time around, Sendy's actually drawing a lot of eyes, right? 2 early kills means that you should start having a little bit more favor in that bottom lane, especially against the likes of Revan and Sword Blue. If you get hit by a single concussive blows, you're dead, right? You're going to be locked down if you don't have the flash or that cleanse. And so we really need to watch that one happen. I want to see Zadox also visit that bot side. You get bot lane control, you get the dragon behind. You can start stacking these dragons being taken later and later throughout the series. Jexor on the top side, though, about to eat a not-so-fun time. A little bit of bullying as Devil the Grey is going to walk around and waiting for Jexor to actually step up. This should be the follow-through. There is no ghost. There is no flash. It's going to be the Grey health popped up. Looks like he might actually be able to take the kill, but Devil the Grey, I don't think is actually going to take a hit. Oh! Did actually take damage, so hey, it's a trade 1-for-1. Jexor making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, I think Tom Kench just licked the Lamb's face and they said, no, this is not going to be an execute. And because of that, being that big pressure on the a thumbs up for real, Weaver. Okay, and with that, they guarantee that first Drake of the game. 1 HP there, I saw it. And Weaver, I feel like, recognized there was something going on the top side and that Jaxoff could just fare well by themselves. It was totally fine that Tom Kench has a lot of survivability. Now, looking to go in an invade fashion, Tibbs even looking for Rad. Oh my god.
Oh, this is one of the first times Tibbs has actually invaded in proper fashion. Weaver, they've always been on the back foot. Fisher have always been more willing, so Weaver now getting a jump puts a little bit of a question mark being in the head of Fisher. Can we let them do that again?
Can they indeed? Now, looking at the Kindred, I wonder how they're faring in regards to marks, but in regards to buffs, this blue buff is not going to go for Fisher. This is Zadox taking it away. So a very good presence from Weber, as you said it yourself, Orbital. And we're looking at the pings and Devil the Grey and their positioning. They even thought about going for an invade, but they would meet nothing because there was no blue buff anyway. So maybe they did spot that. They're going to go again. There's a prediction on the on-horn.
And I think Jexor is actually going to live. Take a look at how long they're running around. It's going to be another tower dive if you can. But no, auto attacks land. Topo is taking quite low, and Zadox might be able to turn this one around. Over the wall they go. Flag and Drag is ready to go, and they already use it. Flash is available, but no Cataclysm, so this is just going to be a plain old fight. Best fight, but bot side Sendy wins it out, and is looking for another. We talked about this difference, and Silent Lullaby, Zadox takes the kill on the top side. That's another behind, and Zadox will live. What a turnaround, 4 in a row. Nothing to answer. Relic finally coming to the top side. But look at Jexor able to get the Devour off. And that shield is going to be massive. You can turn around his wrist. Relic has to run. Weaver pull off a map-to-map win.
2 double kills. 2 double kills. It's Zadox on the top side. Very close to taking down Sword Blue. Now trying to at least clear out some of this in the mid lane. But it was 2 double kills. 1 for Jarvan, 1 for Sendy on the Varus. Now 4-0-0. The ADC on 450 gold bounty. But for 9 minutes in the game, have been able to take down some of those platings. Have the Vampiric Scepter. Probably going to go for that Blade of the Rune King first, have completed the Berserker's Greaves as well. Things are looking really, really nice for WSU. Now on 8 kills against 2.
And again, to get that kill spread is so important. Tibbs finding another catch on Rollick. Rollick now getting into a little bit of a Sword Blue coming up to fight. And we said this, right? The kills are important for a reason. If you can rotate those kills into advantages elsewhere, it's important. Zadox is going to try and do their best 3-0-1, looking for a little bit of armor behind. These question marks are so up in the air as Devil to Grey. Even though you're down 1-2-1, you're still looking for that Herald. You're still looking for those objectives. You can't fight on the bot side. There's no objective either. So go for the top side, the one that you are semi-winning, I would say, and look to push your advantages there.
Yes, I think that's a great idea, and at least try to get something. We see that Topper is pushing out very heavily, so that would indicate that you want to have even more pressure and control over the map. We don't see Fisher having any knowledge of Zadox going on here for a potential dive. In the next few seconds, they decide to go for an invade instead. They're going to clear out this jungle as if it's their own, and even the support, no, actually, that is Sandy, is taking down that Scuttle Crab. That is massive control of the map for Weeba.
And they need it, right? This is a squad that is heavily invested in roaming, in getting in the face of Fisher to keep them down. And again, this is an adjustment that we have not seen in the previous matches. In the previous games, they have not done this. They've always been on the back foot. They take dubs where they can and then push for advantages there. Instead, they are manufacturing their wins, and this is what we said we wanted to see them do. Now, Fisher have to respond, and this is a squad that plays extremely well when they're ahead, when they're in control. Once they start to get desperate, it becomes a problem. So we need to see if they can calmly start manufacturing ways back in, and at this point, the call is look for those small fights. Blue buff going to be taken away by Devil to Grey. I think they're going to get this one happily. Shouldn't really be a challenge back. And they'll walk away. So go ahead, grab one back. The Kindred starting to mark up, but maybe not as quickly as in game number 3.
For sure. And
4.
they
I lied.
still have...
4.
Yeah, that's... sometimes we do get stuck on best of 3s, but it's fine. We're on that best of 5. Game 5, and as you said, there's such a big pressure that's coming from Zadox in this game now. 3-0-1, and a solo, not solo, but a lonely place that Sandy has had in the bottom side with San Daniel, getting those 4 kills. Just very, very well done. Not even needing that much of a help coming from Zadox in regards to ganks. And already having taken their first Drake of the game, WSU might as well take the next. But Herald was pushed here on the top side. That tier 1 has collapsed.
And I actually really like this call, right? You can see the dragon in the bot side actually falling. So what the likes of Fisher are trying to do is they're trying to make the most of this Herald, right? Because you know that WSU actually put a lot of emphasis on this bot lane, you go ahead and put pressure on this top. You try and get another charge, which you do, gives you a much closer time to breaking open that top lane. And guess what? So for our last game, we get probably the messiest dragon of this map. It is Hextech Gates to get everyone moving faster.
Oh yeah, they want to move fast and they don't want the Cloud Drake to make that happen. We're looking at Zadox here, trying to get that Krug. There is no vision actually from this bottom side. I don't know if there were any pings.
Oh no.
Oh no, this is gonna be a dive.
Oh no, oh no. Oh no, Zadox doesn't want it.
No, not interested. Bot lane said we need to reset. No, don't do it. That's what it felt to me.
See, the thing is if that was Fisher, 100% they would have pulled the trigger, right? They 100% would have gone for that fight as we get the... Okay, no, we got a TV coming in. Okay, I was going to say, like, Miss CS
that
feels
spoils
bad.
the fight. Come on. I don't like that. That's unfair. Ari, don't do that.
Have you ever seen, actually, Minions fight? It's so... Sorry, RMC, but watching Minions fight is one of the funnier things because it's just like... You don't really know who's gonna win, right?
Oh yeah, you really just don't. Sometimes they move out a little messy, you don't really can predict. But what you can predict here is that with Hextech Gates, things are gonna be even more fast-paced. When you have objectives that have been controlled super well by WSU so far and in the previous games, then that means that they could be at the objective even faster, setting out ambushes and even baits on the enemy jungle. But if Fisher can utilize well of the Hextech gates, they could be the ones arriving earlier as well, which would be very necessary now that WSU has accumulated those 2 Drakes and is just this close to taking that bot tier 1.
Tibbs also dashing away from some of those charms here as the bases will slowly be opened up. With those first towers falling, this is also one of the quieter starts we've had to a game. Only 10 kills across 14 minutes. And 3K in the lead for Weaver. They've been carrying these kills forward, and now we get to kind of watch, right? The timer is ticking, right? We are watching Topo. If you're allowed to keep farming up, you can hit level 13, 14 and start bringing out those ornaments in, good standing. The other side of it, Devil to Grey does not have the lead that they had before. Instead, they are actually matching in that bot side, and it's a problem. As Devil to Grey realizes that they're dead, they try to chase away, and they're going to live. Are you kidding me? The arrow is going to save them, and they stole the red buff. Devil to Grey gets out with daylight. No, not even daylight. Pure sunshine robbery.
And that is kind of questionable considering you have the Queen of Freyon saving your lamb out of this fight, but they managed to escape. There's Ralik going out with that Spirit Rush. Comes back to get this tower still defended, but that was very close for Devil the Grey. But they're looking for another fight as Zadox was trying to take down these Wraiths, but Fisher gets them protected really well.
And the thing about it is, whenever something like that happens with Devil to Grey, you have to wonder, how much did you lose? Was it really worth it? Was it actually worth it to go for that red buff? And you lost your ult plus your flash? Not really, but Devil to Grey is going to look for it here. You don't have ult though. This is a problem. Your burst out. Tibbs wins the 1v1. What did we just say, Soph? Was it worth it to go for the steal of the red buff? It was not.
I will echo that once again. It was not. Not only did you end up using, oh my god, just getting so many of the resources. That's awful. There's also the ultimate there for Senna, and now Sword Blue can't really help across the map like a Senna wants to do. And WSU is going to take this next objective. The Herald is theirs, and one thing that we saw around the map that happened earlier is that Fisher got that Herald on the top side, collected plenty of those platings. Bottom side, it was WSU, not with the Herald, but by just sheer push themselves, they got that tier 1. A lot of gold that has been allocated to both sides, but now it's WSU that gets the upper hand.
And they're going to try and maintain this lead for a little bit, right? Rotating, sending into that mid lane as you were talking about, that Blade of the Root King being built up. This is also not Radiant Virtue, right? This is going to be that Gwinsu's Rage Blade being out. And that scares me.
I prefer that so
because,
much.
Yeah, and so the whole thing behind the Radiant Virtue, it is a thing, by the way. I hate it, but it's a thing, is you have another carry support in the back pocket. Not like a Senna or anything. It's actually more along the likes of a very aggressive Pyke. What we are seeing, though, is this topside dive. Jexor is just dead. There's no way out. You're free to do damage. And Fisher now taking a page out of Weaver's book. I was talking about Radiant Virtue, but it doesn't matter. That top lane is broken. They're going to look for a little bit more. Dragon being traded out. WSU currently on Soul Point. But now the TP coming in. It is a little bit late, but it's enough. Final chunks here as Devil to Grey ensures that a third is taken. No more healing for that tower.
Huh. Interesting play. Interesting indeed. At the same time, it was a tier 2 taken with around 50% there. Ooh, okay, oh, I thought it was going to be a flank. No, it's just a retreat coming out from FC. As there is the Herald, not going to hit the T2, but I feel like WSU is still very happy about it because they got Soul Point. They are on Soul Point. I don't know, I still feel like they are in a very, very good place. If FC had taken down the tier 3, yes, that would have been so worth it. But then there was a TP, as you said it, there was a TP coming through, and then Tibbs got to defend the tower just enough. And then was it really worth it? Kinda, maybe.
it's one of those moments where you have to look at it as Fisher didn't really have a choice, right? You had one opportunity to really make a play on the top side, and you had to take it because you knew WSU were already a little bit stronger, right? But Weaver has already been strong around the J4, so wherever Zadox is, you kind of have to go the opposite direction, and at least you got another stack on top of that Kindred. So Double to Gray making the best out of a situation. But what more can you do, right? As you said, now you're in a little bit of a bind. You're forced into this sole position, and I think WSU know that, so they're going to go ahead, sit and wait for this opportunity. They're not going to force any of these fights. They don't have to. They're just going to wait for Sendy to build up. Already has that Gwynsu's, and WSU are just going to bait out this Dragon fight and force Fisher into a do-or-die situation.
Yeah, and to be fair, I feel like, yeah, it was like a force that FC wanted to assert there on the top side because top side was already exposed. But I would have preferred, for example, to see that effort in the mid lane, because then at least it's a little bit closer to the Drake pit, and then you could reposition yourself if you get at least some sort of attention out of the Drake, if you get kills and you can actually contest it, you know, something that would actually impact more the side of the map that has the objective on. One thing that was good though was that Fisher got the final of the objective bounties on those two, on that tier 2, so a little bit of extra gold that they accumulated. Still 3,000 gold behind, and those 3 Drakes, the sole point for WSU, that is the main situation for me that gets things super dangerous for Fisher. Oh, hello?
Just that, the fact that a Baron is being started here, I mean, this Hawkshot will spot them out, so I think it's going to stop it. You can take a look at how slow it's going. No. They're not stopping. They say we actually have the advantage, and I think this is the right call. You know they're going to take some time, but again, the Hextech gates are bringing them much closer. Swordblue's going to get close. It's taking quite low. Down to about 3K. Arrow's going to come out. Wisp behind all of them. I don't think they're going to get in. It is smited, but this coming fight is going to be different. But look at that. The block on the Horn leads Topo to a very dangerous situation, and they are dead. Out goes the Dying Shadow. It does literally nothing, and now they get to fight back. The J4 jumps in. Double Gray tries to go ahead and hang on with Laser, but you're spit out outside and you are dead. WSU smell blood in the water, and then some. They get Baron, they get killed, and they will get the ace.
That is insane. WSU also had Tibbs on the bottom side. How do they manage to get an ace outnumbered? It was a sneaky Baron fight. Not even a Baron fight, it was a sneaky Baron focus. They managed to do it. There was no time. They bet that Devil the Grey was on the bottom side. There is Tibbs taking here the tier 2 mid lane. There's Zadox taking tier 2 as well. Very close to exposing those inhibitors. That is massive, massive for WSU.
And the problems continue as now they're going to face off inside of their own jungle. And this is actually dangerous for WSU. You realize you don't actually have one of the team members, but in comes Sid with a double knockup into the pop boss when they get the kills. Yes, they do, but Rallick is able to slay on the backside. Candy says more than enough for me. The gold lead is too real. WSU back-to-back opportunities. It's not going to be another ace, but 4 is more than enough.
Weaver State University now looking for a TP from base. There is Tibbs gonna help out on that siege. The inhibitor turret is down. The inhibitor is next. Nexus turrets are just on the horizon, and they could wrap the game here. Orbital, they might be looking to just get the Hextech gates out of this fight. 3 seconds for Drake, and they're going for the soul.
The fact that we mention Fisher do well when they're in the lead, but when things go awry, we see them turn sideways, and Weaver punish it. Not only do they win the Baron fight, but they win the ensuing secondary and catch Fisher off guard. They are rewarded with every global objective, not a single one dropped. Weaver, of all the games that they have won and all the games that they have played, this looks to be the cleanest one yet.
This is them breaking the glass ceiling. This is what they had to do going on to a game 5 against Fisher College. This is when they needed to do it. They were on the only option, either this or out of playoffs. Now they're just this close to guaranteeing they're gonna be playing grand finals against Colombia, but can they wrap it off? They have every single thing ready to go, but they need to wrap the game. We know how sometimes things can be difficult to get to a nexus, but they are this close. No, the arrow goes away again.
Revan doesn't have a choice. They're just looking for a pick. Right now, Fisher are on life support. They have a single defibrillator to keep them alive if they so wish, but I don't think it's going to happen. The last option may be gone as Devil Gray hops over the wall. Tibbs is going to get chunked out, but the Zon just keeps him safe, and Devil Gray is taken quite low. Not a moment to lose. You are dead. You are gone. You are obliterated. Sendy still pushing this top lane, and the rest of Weber are just fine. Revan getting chased away by Radux. Zadox just does not care. A jungle versus an ADC that can do nothing but turn their enemy into a pincushion. That will be Zadox to solo out Revan. And WSU are literally just putting the final nails in the coffin.
Obliterating Fisher College. They are 11,000 gold ahead. Inhibitor is gonna be down. Justice on the bottom lane, and with another turret potentially going down, they want a clean slate for this game over.
Every piece of equipment is down right now. Weber making no mistakes. Everyone topped off on HP. And here comes the final chance. Revan is back online. Fisher have a single moment. They have a single chance. Don't drop the spaghetti. If you drop it here, you're done. Fisher, they were the champions before. They are such a strong team. And Weaver are saying, give us that upset. Let us take the win. Nexus Tower is down. Devil the Gray jumps forward, gets tongued, and that is a problem. You are slow. You lose a quarter HP. Rollick able to stave off a bit more damage, but the super minions are coming. This dangerous factor of the waves are coming. Fisher, one last opportunity. Top was going to walk forward. Devil Gray jumping forward as well with the jump. In comes the wall, though. St. Daniel blocks it off. No Overhorn to work. In goes the Lamb's Respite. They're trying to stay alive, but the damage is just too much. Blood for the Blood Gods. Weaver annihilate Fisher. The boat is gone, and Fisher is doomed. They go home empty-handed in the upset of the semifinals. Weevil State University will move on into the grand finals.
Game 5 is where WSU thrives. They showed they can control everything in Summoner's Rift under pressure. They got Fisher on their eyesights, and they knew how to execute the target. So incredible what we saw from Zedox, from what we saw from Sandy. That ADC really shines to me as one of the biggest threats on WSU, and they managed to get a mid game, not just a mid game, but an early game to get Fisher destabilized. Oh, so well done.
And it's something that we have to praise them for. Weber knew they were up against a very tough opponent. And unlike me, they did not choke the final movements. They made sure to close it out cleanly. They made sure to work as a squad. And we were wondering exactly what would happen. But they just seemed too clean. And Fisher, I hate to say it, as you said, a little bit of destabilization. They didn't know how to play from behind. Soph Chan, that is it. WSU take the dub. Who would you say was the MVP of this series for Weber State University?
Oh, gosh. I feel like it has to be the jungler, right? It has to be Xanox. I feel like that was such a great performance from all of the teammates, especially the ADC, the Ascendi, but everything was connected. It was the glue. The jungler was the glue, and I feel like that was exactly what made him. I don't know if they were the shot caller, but it kind of felt like they were. So if that was the case, they were really maintaining the mental under control. That's maybe what Fisher was having a harder time on, and they executed. Ugh, that's very nice. Game 5s are always so tough.
Well, that's it then, WSU. Zadok, you take our MVP, and Weber get revenge for the regular season. We are done here for the semifinals, and we'll have more next week as well. League of Legends action will conclude over on that week. However, we are not done on this week itself, as on Sunday we have even more action here in the collegiate scene. We will have the Fighters Cup happening this Sunday starting at 1 p.m. ET, presented by the United States Marine Corps. Of course, for this broadcast, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me has been Sochan. Thank you so much to our production of KTAD and Professor Layton. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a great night.